Good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are now. Welcome to our International Medical Graduate ST1 Induction, July 2025. What you need to know. My name is Azza Elghonaimy, and it's my pleasure to be co-hosting this event today. It's lovely to see you all. I believe we have around 800 delegates registered for this event. That's amazing. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate you all for getting accepted into GP training and to officially welcome you to the profession and the college. A little bit about myself. I had my primary medical qualification from Egypt. I completed my training in 2017 after 6 years of training as less than full-time trainee. I'm a sessional GP. I'm an RCGP National Elected Council member, the RCGP Yorkshire Faculty Honorary Secretary, IMG representative, and I'm the past chair of the North IMG faculties. I'm the Northern Faculties IMG steering group. Previously, I was the Yorkshire First Five representative. Housekeeping. So remember to change your name as you appear on the Zoom to your full name for identification purposes. The sessions are being recorded and the content will be made available for a limited period after the event. If you have a question, please use the Q&A function. Due to attendee size, the chat will only be open during the welcome, break, and closing remarks. Q&A function will always be active, and it's optional for you to keep anonymous yourself. We are expecting to receive a large number of questions during the sessions. Due to time constraints, the speakers will endeavour to answer as many as they can. Please complete the feedback form when it is sent to you. It will also be shared in the chat at the end of the meeting. I will now hand over to my wonderful colleague, Dr. Sylvia Kama-Kieghe.
Thank you, Azza. Well, hello, everybody, and a very, very warm welcome to our International Medical Graduate IMG Induction event. It's a real pleasure to have so many of you here. My name is Sylvia Kama-Kieghe. I'm a GP based in Sheffield, and it's my honor to be co-chairing the event with Azza today. And as she said, we have a very large number of people registered for the program, which is amazing. And it's just great to have you here for what will be a productive and instructive day. So let me join Azza. I don't think you can say congratulations too many times. So I have to join Azza to say congratulations as well to you all for being accepted or getting accepted into GP training in the UK, and to officially welcome you to the profession. It is a joy to have many of you joining the profession, and of course to your professional home, the Royal College of General Practitioners. This is your home. This is your home. You're now part of this big body. So it's really exciting to have you here. Before we start the program, let me just tell you a little bit about myself. I'm also an international medical graduate, originally from Eastern Nigeria. So I'm looking in the chat to see people that are from that area as well. Please let me know. And I received my primary medical qualification from the University of Lagos in Nigeria. I've worked as a GP for about 15 years plus now. I became a fellow of the Royal College of GPs in 2021. Presently, I'm working as a clinical supervisor at the Sheffield GP Collaborative out of hours. You get to know what that means in due course. And I also run a private online GP consultation service. Now, as some of you may know or will come to learn, the college is grouped geographically into different faculties across the UK. So you're going to be hearing about this faculty, that faculty. Never mind. I just mentioned that because I'm also the chair of the South Yorkshire and North Trent faculty, which is one of the faculties in the northern part of England. I'm also the chair of the RCGP International Medical Graduates Community Member Group, which organizes events and activities both locally and nationally to support and celebrate IMGs across the UK. So that's a little bit about me. I'm really looking forward to meeting up with some of you at one event or meeting at some point in the future. Training and working as an IMG GP, both in the NHS and private sectors, has been challenging, has been fulfilling. And if I had to choose again, I would definitely recommend general practice as the specialty, as the place you want to be every single time. So like I said, we have an interesting value-packed session. I know you're going to enjoy the next few hours. Azza, I'm just going to hand things back to you to kick us off. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sylvia. So we're now going to start our programme by interviewing. We are delighted and honoured to be joined today by our RGP President, Dr. Richard Vautrey. I'm going to say a bit about him now. So he is a GP partner in Leeds, Clinical Director of Central North Leeds PCN, and a Primary Medical Services member of West Yorkshire ICB. He is the Assistant Secretary of Leeds LMC, and a nationally elected member of BMA Council. He is the former chair of the BMA GP Committee in England and the GPC UK. So please welcome Dr. Vautrey, and thank you for joining us today, Dr. Vautrey.
It's my pleasure. Nice to be with you.
Thank you. I'm going to start with just my first question, please. So if you could tell us a bit about yourself, your journey so far in your medical career.
Yes, and I want to wish my very best as well to all of those joining this webinar too. It's really great that so many of you are both interested in general practice and are pursuing that as a career. You won't be disappointed. I haven't been. I've been a GP in this practice for 31 years and started my medical career as an undergraduate in Manchester, did my first GP training in Manchester and Rochdale, but then had the privilege of being able to spend 18 months in Nigeria, in eastern Nigeria, sort of, working in a town and then a more rural area there, and gaining experience of general practice in that setting. And that was a fascinating experience. And then came back to the UK, applied for jobs, and at the time, it was actually very challenging to get a job as a GP, quite similar to the moment. When we know that many colleagues are finding difficulties applying for a substantive post in general practice, but that was the case when I applied 31 years ago. I was successful in applying for a partnership here in Leeds, and I've been in the same building, in the same practice, and with the same team ever since, and certainly haven't regretted it.
Fantastic, and such an inspirational. Thank you, Dr. Vautrey, for sharing that with us. So you actually alluded into my next question, really. So throughout your journey, you may have faced some challenges. You probably mentioned one of them now, but could you share one or two of those and how you overcame them, please? And how did you apply for your jobs? And well, yeah. So I'm not surprised if you had this experience 31 years ago. Thank you.
Yeah, so well, 30 years ago, it was a very competitive market to enter general practice. There was really only the opportunity to be partners or work as a locum at that time. We didn't have very many salaried GPs, but certainly the expectation was to go straight out of your training into a partnership. And I applied for jobs across the north of England, was looking for opportunities around there. I was really pleased to secure a partnership in Leeds, which is close to where I was born and where I grew up. So I was familiar with the area, but nevertheless, having worked in the Manchester area and Lancashire area, was open to possibilities of working around there. So it was difficult, but nevertheless, I was very fortunate to secure a partnership here. And I think one of the benefits of working in a single practice is the development of continuity of care and the opportunity to get to know not only your practice team, but your practice patients and the population over a number of years. That's one of the real joys and strengths of general practice. But one of the challenges that I've had to encounter, as have all other GPs over the years, is the constant change. And we're part of that at the moment. So the NHS in England is going through changes at the moment. There are changes in organisation, changes in the way that the system is structured. But that's always been the case over the last 30 years. So I've been through numerous changes in structure, but what hasn't changed is that patients want to see their GP, they want to get care from their GP, and they will see you if you're providing good quality care. So there will always be a need for a GP, whatever the systems, whatever the arrangements, however technology changes. So you've chosen the right career.
Absolutely, 100%. I can't agree with you more. Absolutely, Dr. Vautrey. So again, getting into our last question, what would be your top tips for the IMGs starting the training, please? Thank you.
So I think the key thing is to be open to learning. You need to seize the opportunities that are given to you and listen to your trainers, your patients, others in your practice team. None of us know all of the answers, and we're always learning, and I'm certainly always learning. So never be afraid to ask. If it seems as if you should know something, but you're not really quite sure, don't be afraid to ask, because others may well have had the same issues and same questions. And particularly if you're working in a new area, it may be unfamiliar to you. There may be some things that you think you should know, but you're afraid to ask. Never be afraid to ask. So there's always opportunities to do that. Get involved in organisations like the RCGP, because they can provide you with support, as well as, if you are a GP, your local medical committee can provide you with support and engagement as well, so which can be really useful. So there are lots of groups within your area that you might find yourself working with, and take the time to actually engage with them as well, because you'll meet colleagues who you learn from, get support from, and engage with over a number of years. So I think there's always that opportunity to learn and development, but we do it better when we do it with one another.
Absolutely, absolutely, and thank you, Dr. Vautrey. I think you've mentioned the word ask, and you always ask, and this was one of my top tips in my presentations. Absolutely agree with you, and it's every day we learn lessons in life and in our profession. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Sylvia, and thanks so much for joining us today, Dr. Vautrey. Bless you. Okay, Sylvia, over to you.
Thank you so much. It's always great to hear Dr. Richard Vautrey's tips and his comments about his experience. Thank you so much again for joining us today. So we're going to carry on with the interview part of today's program, because we think it's really important for you to hear from people who have stepped in your shoes, whether it's been very recently or whether it's been like Dr. Richard 30 odd years ago. But now I'm really happy to welcome two speakers who have just sort of rounded up their trainee journey within the last 12 months, or about rounding up. And I'm sure you will love to hear from them. So it's an honor for me to welcome Dr. Deepthi Lavu and Dr. Akram Hussain, who are both RCGP GP Registrar co-chairs, and therefore they are your representatives in the college. Deepthi has come from an academic GP training background and lives with her family in Devon. She's recently moved into the real world of general practice, and I'm sure she's going to be telling us a little bit more about that. While Akram has been training in the Ayrshire Arundinary, West Scotland. I always get my pronunciations wrong around Scotland, but I'm sure Akram will correct me. He's an IMG from India and moved to UK in 2021. Now, he's formerly worked as the AIT chair. The AIT, Associate in Training, was the previous name that we used to refer to the GP registrars. So when you see AIT, basically we're talking about GP registrars. And he was the former chair back in West Scotland. And then he became the deputy chair of the RCGP Scotland First 5 at AIT committee, the education lead of the RCGP West Scotland, before becoming elected as the co-chair of the GP registrar co-chair. So Deepthi and Akram, I am so pleased that you could join us today. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Great. Now, can I start with you, if it's okay, Akram? I've kept the intro, well, a little bit brief because I wanted you to expand on this. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and the journey in your medical career?
Yeah, absolutely. So I did my med school back in India, in the south of India, a city called Hyderabad, until from 2016. Then I did a bit of work in emergency medicine. Moved here. I used to work in Peterborough as a registrar for about 1.5 years, and then moved up north to Scotland, to the west of Scotland, to do my GP training in 2022. That's when I started off in Ayrshire and Arran, and I'm due to CCT next month, hopefully at the end of next month. So I'm looking forward to that. I finished clearing all my time, so
Amazing.
it's been a good journey. It's been fun, but yeah, that's about me as of now.
Excellent, Akram. Well, congratulations in advance. Congratulations. Amazing to hear that. Right, Deepthi, tell us about your own journey.
Well, thank you. So I started very similar to Akram. I'm from the same city as Akram, so that's, you can always bond over biryani. I am an international medical graduate, graduated from Hyderabad, a city in South India. I moved to the UK after I got married, and my initial love and interest was obs and gynae. So no offense to general practice. I started there, did many years in obs and gynae. And when I was very close to finishing, I realized that actually I wanted to talk more to patients and I wanted to see their journey through and I wanted my night sleep. So I made this very bold, difficult switch to general practice. I retrained in general practice. When I was in Obs and Gynae, I was interested in research. So I did what's called as an academic clinical fellow post. And in GP, I sort of continued the same. So I've done research through my GP training, and I've recently qualified. I'm a fresh GP. And I'll be starting a PhD in October alongside doing my GP work. So that's me in short.
Amazing. Congratulations all round to everybody. I'm really happy to hear that. That's great. Now, Deepthi, I'm going to pick a bone with you because you said you wanted to get some sleep, and so you went into general practice. Who told you that GPs sleep at night? I'm a locum GP. I'm up at night. I'm just kidding. But it's great to hear about your background. So, Akram, let me come back to you again, if that's okay. Because I know that in your journey, it's amazing that you're finishing next month. It's, you know, it's a thrill. And I'm sure that in your journey, you would have had moments, situations where your heart pounded slightly as in training, as we all did when we were in training. Can you share one or two with us, one or two challenging situations that you've been through as a trainee, and how did you overcome them?
I think initially as a trainee, I was more or less like a culture shock where you come to a new country. It just, things are very different. You don't have much support of the family. You don't have any family around. You don't have any friends around. It feels like you're starting all over again. It's like starting a med school all over again from scratch. So I think that is one of the challenges that I faced initially. And then for me, because my special interest is also leadership, is a lot of challenges where I had to balance out my training and as well as leadership. So I had to prioritize what to give my attention to and what not. So it's very important to maintain that balance. So if my advice would be, if anyone has a special interest in things, make sure you're balancing things out really well throughout your training career. That's what I felt. The challenges that initially it was the culture shock, and then secondly it was the work-life balance. What do I give priorities for? But thanks to friends like Deepthi, I was able to just step back, concentrate on my training because I have a co-chair, and then come back in whenever I was ready. So yeah, those are challenges that I faced.
Thank you for that. I'm so glad you mentioned that because, people might just think, oh, maybe something to do with the complaint or maybe something to do with the patient. But you've actually touched on two very important aspects, especially for IMGs as we come into a new culture, a new environment, how to acclimatize in the first instance, and then how to prioritize and balance the things that you're doing. Thank you so much for those. So Deepthi, let's toss the ball back into your court then. What challenges have you experienced as you went through training? And you mentioned, not just training as just a clinical GP, well, not just, but you added to that academic work as well. So tell us a few challenges you've experienced.
Sorry, if I start now, I'll probably finish tomorrow. And I was warned by Akram, Deepthi, do not talk long. So I'm going to try and restrict this.
Thank you, Akram.
I'd say I agree with Akram. I was a student, top of my class, almost top of my class, when I was in India, med school. I came in thinking, oh my goodness, I'm going to be the best out here in the UK. I come and I don't understand. Well, it's not understand the system. I've not had any time in the system. And I understand it's changed a bit now. So no one's actually thrown into shifts too early on and you get a longer induction period. But I was thrown into some shifts very, very early on. And on nights, I remember starting on nights. I had a surgical registrar who was watching me. And I know that some of you might, step straight into specialties when you come in with your hospital rotations. The surgical registrar was like, oh, it's a busy shift. Let's just crack on. They gave me a piece of paper and said, okay, see your first patient. Don't know what to do. I took the little bit of paper, scribble patient's name. Oh yeah, I think my diagnosis is this. Let's do this. Patient needs to go into surgery. I took that clerking note. That's the history note to the registrar. She stared at me and she said, oh my goodness. And that was it. My heart dropped because I wasn't doing what they wanted me to do. It ended up being that I did not understand what I had got into. It was a horrendous set of nights. Every night I went back and I cried my eyes out. I can't say I was rethinking why I moved to the UK because I got married and I moved, but I was rethinking every other decision in life. So it was definitely hard. Having said that, I came to the one thing that I would think of or remember is when things get tough, the tough get going, exactly what everyone else here is doing. And so that's what kept me going. The second set of nights, that's, 3 weeks apart, the next registrar was like, "You're not that bad." So that was one set of challenges I had, and that was when I initially started. Now, when I did obs and gynae and moved into GP, I thought, you know what? I've been in the system. I understand it. I'm going to be amazing at GP. I'm going to be the best GP ever. First rotation is GP. And my supervisor was like, "Oh, great. So you can crack on, go on." I'd never done a foundation rotation in GP. I was sitting in for the first week thinking, yeah, I should be able to do it. Next week, after seeing few patients, my supervisor sat me down and said, "Deepthi, I know you're a very experienced clinician, but I'm slightly worried. I don't think this is going to work. We have to do something." And essentially, she, in very nice words, told me I'm a terrible doctor there. And it was true. When I listened to a baby's chest, I was like, "Oh, this kid needs to go into hospital." And she was like, "No, that's normal breathing." That's when I remembered, the squiggly lines you see on a ECG is not that a baby's coming out sooner. It just means it's something completely different. So 7, 8 years of being in a different practice can change everything. You forget everything you've learned. So I restarted again. So going from that, where she was extremely worried about my decision into this, and she said, "It's okay if you want to go back to obs and gynae, I will support you." I came out the year end, so 2 years on, she called me up and she said, "Deepthi, you're one of the best trainees I've ever had. I'm trying to show you that it is possible for people to change their mind. It's possible for you to improve. And also just don't give up hope, because it doesn't happen once,
Yeah.
in the first day you're gone."
Yeah. Wow, those are amazing stories. We could really sit here and talk for hours really about experiences. Unfortunately, we've got like 2 or 3 minutes, but I want to applaud your trainer who was understanding. We always give big ups to trainers who understand and don't put any more pressure than you need on a trainee, especially as you're just trying to get used to different things. And thank you for sharing those experiences, because that is what majority of people will go through. You might just get thrown in at the deep end in a specialty that you haven't practiced ever before, or it's been years since you ever did anything like that. Right, so we've got 2 or 3 minutes more before we really have to move on. So I'm going to allocate my 1.5 minutes to both of you each. And what I want is, please, top tips, maybe just 1 or 2 things that you feel you guys, your Deepthi is just about to start. Akram is finishing next month. You're leaving training. What do you want to say to our delegates here about to start? What are the top tips? Akram, can I start with you first, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So my top tips would probably, I'll keep it short. There's so much that you can do. There's so much that you can achieve. There's just so much variety of things that you can do. My top tips probably be, start early on preparing for your exams. If you have a special interest, start working on them early on. Be enthusiastic throughout your training. Be very, very eager to learn. Be open to feedback. And there's a very important advice that Deepthi gave me before my SCA exam. And she said, "Akram, look, you're going to be a GP registrar only once in your life. Yeah. So during the exam, have fun. Okay. That's what I want to tell you guys. The next 3 years, have fun. Keep your head held high. Yeah. Ask for support. Yeah. Keep moving forward and just have fun. You'll only be a GP registrar once in your life."
Thank you. Deepthi, what about you?
You say Akram stole my words, but that's fine. I would say make sure you take care of yourself. We all talk about, know your boundaries, do things that you can, ask for help, but often you go in feeling unwell, you've left unwell children at home, you're stressing, you have life stresses. Just share that with people around you and, try and normalize things. When I say try and normalize things, I'd say we all try and put this facade of everything's looking all good, like my background. Now, this is how I look. I am absolutely frazzled. I have a picture on the wall with my child's painting there, which I could have taken down. Essentially, life is very much more different than what we project. And so keep it real. and don't put that extra pressure on yourself to be there when you're not able to. So just take care of yourself, and I'm sure you'll be absolutely fine.
Amazing, excellent. Thank you so much. You guys listening, I'm sure you can see there's a thread from when the president was speaking, Richard was speaking earlier, to what Deepthi and Akram are saying. There is ask questions. Don't just keep things to yourself. Look after yourself. So please, keep those tips in mind. I know that they'll be very helpful as you proceed. Thank you so much, Deepthi and Akram, for sharing your experience, those insights. It's been amazing speaking to you as usual. Thanks for making out time up from your busy schedules to be with us today. And I look forward to seeing you guys again really soon. Thank you. So we've been hearing from the two GP registrar co-chairs, Dr. Deepthi Lavu and Dr. Akram Hussain, about their experiences and their career journey. Now, I think that conversation will have prepared your appetite. So now you're keen, because they mentioned training, they mentioned exams. So now you're prepared for the next part of the agenda, which is always a very popular one. And for that purpose, we have two speakers who are experts at what they do. This is a very important aspect of the program, discussing what your next few years as a trainee will entail. There's a fair bit of information to take in, but like I said, they are excellent hands. They'll guide you through the wealth of knowledge and experience they have. And I, even though it's many, many years since my training and my exams, I always learn something when they speak. So to present for us today, the topic, understanding GP training, reflective practice, workplace-based assessments, exams, and portfolio, I have first Dr. Onyinye Okonkwo Onye, a senior GP partner in Birmingham, combining clinical practice with leadership and education. Onye holds key roles in medical training. She serves as an examiner, a GP trainer, a university tutor. Her leadership includes RCGP trusteeship and more. She's also a leader in the Integrated Care Board, and she has NHS leadership trust positions and executive roles in healthcare organizations. Believe me, I'm summarizing Onye's bio so that we don't take too much time. She is a very busy woman. But she's committed to patient care and GP advocacy, supporting doctors and medical students through teaching and mentoring. I'm also very pleased to have Dr. Henry Akintunde, who is an NHS GP and a partner in a large practice. He balances clinical work with leadership as an associate postgraduate dean and RCGP examiner, teaching at the universities of Oxford, Leicester and Warwick as a GP tutor. And beyond medicine, he's an author, certified coach, speaker, and trainer. Again, diverse roles that reflect his commitment to education, mentorship, and professional development. And there are many more things that he's involved in. And like I said, I'm summarizing their bio. Now, I can't think of a stronger combination of individuals with a wealth of experience to guide you into what to expect during your training journey. Let me remind you, please, as you listen to Onye and Henry, to send in your questions to the Q&A where they'll be addressed by our presenters. Welcome, Onye and Henry. I hand the floor over to you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Sometimes when you're talking about me, I don't even recognize who we are talking about.
Oh, modesty. You deserve it.
I really don't recognize, but hi, honestly, it's amazing to see 555 of you. That's so amazing. Welcome. And it's really, really wonderful to have so many of you wanting to join our profession, because quite frankly, it is, I'm biased. It is the very best thing you can do, because I have really sprung from being a GP. And I'm sure Sylvia's already told you guys what I do and what Henry does. We have a diverse portfolio, both of us, and it helps us to be able to have a fulfilling career. So while we are presenting, if you have any questions whatsoever, please feel free to put that in the Q&A, and we'll be answering them as we go along. So now that you know us, I'm going to hand over to Henry, who is going to help us to get to know you guys as well. So Henry, have you managed? Yeah, welcome. Over to you.
Thank you, Oye. Good afternoon, everyone. So the next slide, please. This next session, we want to get to know you a bit. So if you tell us a bit about yourself, if you let us know your name, your first name, tell us about your country of primary medical qualification, So the poll's been started now. We want to know a bit about where you qualified. So did you have GPs there? And if you did, were they based primarily in the community or in hospital? Just to give us a flavor of what general practice is like in your country of primary medical qualification. So the poll's been started. You should see that now. And if you please just start entering the answers.
Thank you, Henry. We're just asking because we know that sometimes some of the countries don't have GPs like we do, because I remember when I first got here, it was a little bit of a shock for me because you then had all these people in clinics that were not in hospitals. I come from a system where people were in hospitals, you see. So, and yes, they did have private clinics, but those were almost like mini hospitals as well. So it was quite a challenge. And I'm an inner city GP, so a lot of times my patients come and they wonder, why are you here? Why are you not in hospital? So it's always good to try and understand where you guys are coming from so that we'll be able to orient you and help you to understand what actually GPs do in this country. Because in this country, GPs are very, very different from a lot of health economies. And it's good for you to understand what you've actually signed yourself up for so that you know what is expected of you by the time you qualify in 3 years' time or 4 years, depending on how long your program is.
Thank you. I can see that about half of you have completed the poll already. Thank you for doing that. So if you haven't, can you do that very quickly, please? Just would really like to know. Oh, thank you. So I think that's the results that have been released. So Onyinye, we have quite a number of people that have completed the poll. From what I can see, about 54% have GPs based, have GPs in their countries of primary qualification, and in those places, 73% are based in the community, and only about 27 in hospital. So that's impressive. Thank you all for being part of the poll. Over to you, Onyinye.
Thank you very much. That's actually quite interesting. That's very, very good. And we have people from all over the place: Pakistan, Nigeria, Egypt, Romania, Turkey. Amazing. Welcome. Honestly, welcome to all of you. And it's fantastic that you've decided to come and join British General Practice because we need all of you. We need as many GPs as possible because every single person in this country is supposed to register with a GP. So if we're going to register everybody in England, then that means that we need as many GPs as possible. Thank you so much for that. Okay, can we have the next slide, please, if that's possible? Right, so what are we going to be doing this morning? So we're going to be looking at an overview of your training, what that looks like. We're going to be touching on workplace-based assessment and the e-portfolio. We're going to be talking to you about reflective practice, which we know can be a bit different from depending on where you're coming from. Then we're going to talk to you about the exams. And then we're going to try as much as we can to leave about 10-15 minutes at the end for you to ask us your questions. But like I said, put your questions in the Q&A, and I'm sure as we talk, you will probably be thinking about questions that you want to ask us. So please put it down, and one of us, depending on who is speaking, will be answering the questions as well in the chat. Next slide, please. Right, your training journey. So shall we start with, next slide, please. What is a GP? What do we expect of you when you qualify? The way we look at GPs, or our definition of a GP in England, is that you're a highly skilled family doctor. Think about that name, family doctor. You are trained in all aspects of medicine, and that's why we encourage you to do a lot of other specialties before you come and then spend a lot of time towards the end in general practice. So you start off in most areas, you might start off somewhere in your ST1 in general practice, and then at the very end in ST3, you come and spend more time with us in general practice. So we expect you to be, at the end of it, to be an expert medical generalist. So you know a bit about almost everybody's specialty. You are the main point of contact. And that's why I said to you, every single person in England is registered with a GP. So we are the people that look after everybody in their homes, in their communities, and we then link them in to other health services. So people go to A&E, but unless if they have any accident or they have an emergency. But generally, people go and see their GPs, and then we look after them, we treat them, we diagnose them, we manage their illnesses, and then sometimes we say, you know what, you need to see somebody else, and we then refer them on into the hospital. So you don't get to go and see a cardiologist in hospital like some places do, or go and see a gynecologist in some places do. You go through your GP who looks after you, and that's why we have those skills to be able to manage patients in the communities. And then when we cannot, or we feel that we need help, then we refer them. And with that, we don't just manage health, we also look after people's well-being. So you will hear a lot of the times we talk about psychosocial. We don't want to manage just your health. We want to manage you as an individual. We want to look at you holistically. We want to know about you. And that's why we say GPs look after you from cradle to grave. So GPs are there from when they are pregnant, and then we know about the baby. We do the baby 6 weeks check, and we start from then to look after you until you come to the end of life. And chances are we, the GPs, are there looking after you at the end of life. So from cradle to grave, we are looking after you. I have sometimes patients turn up in my practice because they haven't, spoken to somebody the whole week, and they just want to come and tell me about what their neighbors done to them. And that's all about their well-being. So we don't just look at our health, we look after them psychosocially. Who are they? Who do they live with? Where do they live? How is the building? What is their lifestyle like? Are they managing to exercise? So we have a big team now where we look after people. Like this morning, I've been talking to my health and well-being coach who looks after my patients who need to lose weight. She's gone on walks with them. And they all work in the practice, and I have to look after them, and they're all part of my, what we call the multidisciplinary team. So if a patient comes and, they have high blood pressure and they think, oh, I need to lose weight to help with my high blood pressure, I send them to my health and well-being coach who looks after them, and I oversee that. So as a GP, that's part of your job. And we not just look after their health, we advocate for them. We have to support them. Sometimes they might not be able to advocate for themselves. Maybe they need things like housing. I have a social prescriber who looks after that whole social aspect. It might be their benefits. It might be that they need a better house. It might be that they cannot get out and get food. I refer them to my social prescriber who looks after that social aspect of them. So we also have to advocate when governments are making decisions or they are making policies that would affect all of us. GPs are there holding them to account and saying, this will not work with my inner city practice patients. The health literacy in England is actually 9 years. And sometimes they send out letters that my patients who don't even speak English cannot understand. So it's my job to be able to advocate for those patients to say, you know what, you have to reduce the reading age so that my patients can be able to understand the letters that you're sending them. Next slide, please. And then part of our job is that we hold the records for all the patients. For a patient to be able to talk to you about, everything about their lives, when they've had a breakdown in relationship, when they've had to have a termination of pregnancy, they have to be able to trust you and make sure that you are not going to share their information with anybody else. So you hear us talk a lot about confidentiality. When you are in that room with the patient, they expect you to keep their records confidential so that they can share honestly, the type of things that you'll be privileged to hear from your patients. It's quite outstanding, and you're not allowed to share them without them giving you that consent. So that gives us that privilege to know our patients really well. So you hear us talk a lot about consent, confidentiality, things like that. And part of it is also we teach, we train, like I've talked to you about the multidisciplinary team. Henry and I are examiners. We examine you at the final stage of your training to make sure that you've acquired the necessary skills all through your 3 years to be able to practice in general practice. And we train all the staff. So you as a GP will be expected to get involved in teaching and training that MDT team, because that's part of what we do. And we are independent businesses. I don't know if you've been watching the news, you might have heard West Street in our health secretary say that GPs are not the NHS, because we are looked at as independent contractors. So each GP practice is a business. So we have to employ people, we have to manage staff, we have to oversee budgets. But at the same time, we are part of the wider NHS family, where we work with our hospital colleagues. So what I'm saying to you is that it's not just about looking after patients. You will be expected to do all these things: advocate, look after patients, work with everybody else within the health economy, including governments, including integrated care boards like I do, including being part of the health policy, all in the business of one thing: looking after your patients. But it will be exciting, because you can hear from us, we all have portfolio careers where we look after our patients, but we do all that things to make sure that our patients are well looked after. If you want to know a bit more about what is expected of you, you can follow the link at the bottom and you can have a look at the booklet. My suggestion to you will be, try and have a look at this leaflet, because a lot of times nobody goes into battle without reading the battle plan. If you want to be a good GP and you want to know what is expected of you, my suggestion to you will be, as you're coming in, take that little bit of time over a weekend, just read, what do GPs do in England? That would, and in fact, in the United Kingdom, I keep saying England, but we are United Kingdom. In the United Kingdom, what is expected of you as a GP? Because that would arm you so that when you're doing your rotation, you know what you should be looking out for and what you should be training as. Right, so I'm going to hand over to Henry now to talk to you in detail about, oh no, next slide please, there is one more slide. Now, what's your training going to be like? For most of you, it's going to be a minimum of 3 years. If you're on the normal program, you will probably have a training program that is 3 years. However, we now know that, a lot of places we are beginning to mix and match, because general practice is all about flexibility. So some of you might be in an academic program, or it might be less than full time, or you might be in an extension where your program will be more than 3 years. But sometimes if you've come into general practice from other specialties, say there are some things that you've done a few years of other specialties, it might be less than 3 years. But whichever model that you've come in from, you will find that a lot of times we're now saying, we need you to spend about 24 months in general practice and then about 12 months in hospital, so that you learn other specialties. Because if you're going to be an expert medical generalist, you need to know a lot more. But just be aware that if you have time out of training for whatever reason, sometimes it might be due to illness or anything, it might impact on the length of your training. So it might well be that instead of the 3 years, it might be more or it might be less. So just be aware of it. So if you're not sure of how long your training is, please find out so that you know, and also all the rules around being out of training, just find out so that you don't get a surprise at the end when they say you haven't quite met the qualifications. I think that's me done now. No, one more slide. I'm so sorry. There's another slide. Next slide, please. Who do you need to know about? Number one, your educational supervisor. If you don't know your educational supervisor is your best friend. Is that person that has been allocated to work alongside you for the 3 years that you're training, or however long. Their job is to support you. They might not teach you a lot of medicine, but they will channel what you're learning into being a GP, because most times they are very experienced GPs. So please go and find out who your educational supervisor is. Have a conversation with them, and Henry will tell you a little bit more about the kind of discussions you need to be having with them and what's expected of you. When you're not with your educational supervisor, you will be with your clinical supervisor. So every single post you go to, you will have somebody looking after you. So my suggestion is, once you start a post, please go and find out who your supervisor is, so that you'll be able to know who is looking after you. The people that pay your salary, if you don't know them, please go and find out about them. The lead employers, They are the people that you ask about your salary, your pay slip, all those type of things, how much annual leave you need to have, all you need to go and find them. Then we have the statutory bodies like NHSE, NHS England, who look after your training. You might not have a lot of contact with them because you have so many people you can contact before you get to them, but it's always good to be aware of them and what they do. So depending on where you are, Wales, Ireland, please go and find who your statutory educational body is. But locally, you will find that you have your educational supervisor who is looking after you. You have a TPD who looks after your patch. Go and find out who they are. You have an area director. You have a head of school. You have a postgraduate dean. So you can see in general practice, we actually hold your hand quite a lot. So there's a lot of times, you know, a lot of people that are there for you to ask questions, for you to go to if you're having problems. Please don't suffer in silence. Go and find somebody to ask questions, please. If things are not going wrong, please go and ask. And every 6 months, there is a panel called an ARCP panel who look at your progression. So you go and see your educational supervisor at the end of 6 months. They look at your progress, make sure you're progressing, and then it gets sent to an ARC panel. Sometimes once a year, they look at everything and decide, do you need to come and see them? Are you progressing? Carry on. So make sure that as soon as you start, engage with your e-portfolio. It's so important you have all your details and you're keeping up to date with putting in your entries, which Henry will talk to you a bit more about. RCGP, Royal College of GPs, we are your professional home. We want to be your friend. We want to support you. You've met Deepthi and Akram. Please join your faculty, join your local faculty, join your GP registrar group, because that is how we support you professionally. The NHS England and your deanery, they support your educational part, but we look after you in terms of your well-being, your professional membership. Please engage with your faculties because we do look after you as well. The BMA is your trade union. If you've not joined the BMA, can I suggest you do? Because if there are questions about things like your contract and all that, BMA can help you. GMC, if you've not yet discovered that you need to be very afraid, not afraid, they are your friends, but if you do not do what is expected of you, they can withdraw your license. So please be very careful. Go and read your GMC booklets that you've been sent so you know the guidelines. You don't want to work so hard and get your license and then do something that the GMC will say we don't like and they'll take away your license. So please, please, please go and read that booklet that the GMC sends out so that you know what is expected of you from the GMC. The Medical Defense Union, many of you will be indemnified through your lead employers, but please make sure, find out from them, because I've seen registrars who weren't aware that they were not indemnified and they ran into trouble and they don't have a defense union. What they do is they indemnify you against your work so that if a patient complains or something goes wrong, they will be there to support you. So please make sure that you are on the list, because human error, you can be missed off the list. So please just ask, who am I indemnified by? I think now it's gone to MPS. It's not MDU anymore. I think it's the Medical Professional Society that indemnifies all of you now. And then obviously we have the CQC who looks after all the surgeries, and you hear all of us panicking about CQC because they supervise all the health establishments in England and make sure that we are doing what we're supposed to do. So when you see everybody running about helter-skelter for CQC, that's what it means. Please make sure that you've done all your mandatory training so that your establishment doesn't have a problem. I think that's about all the VIPs you need to know about. So please, please, please go and look at what they do so that you make sure that you are following their rules. Right, next slide, please. I think this is where I now finally hand over to Henry, who is going to now talk to you in detail about what we expect from you in the workplace.
Thank you very much, Onyinye. I'm going to see if I can share the screen from my end, just make it slightly easier. Amy, if you just confirm if that's okay, please. Okay. So workplace-based assessments is what we're talking about now. And we're basically looking at discussing the mandatory workplace-based assessment requirements to help you with your planning. and more importantly, to improve the quality of your workplace-based assessment. So the requirements for workplace-based assessments in ST1 and 2 are essentially similar. So for every month, we expect you to enter a minimum of 3 case reviews. Now, your case reviews are very separate from your supporting documentation. So if you attend a teaching, for example, attend a conference, attend BLS and AED, anything you enter regarding that is a supporting documentation. That's very separate. Case reviews are specifically clinical encounters that you have with patients that you're reflecting on. So we need those beyond your supporting documentation to be a minimum of 3 per month for a full-time equivalent. And you need to link every case review to a clinical experience group and to capabilities. And as you do this, it's important that you're keeping an eye on it, because at the end of your training, you are expected to have sufficiently covered the clinical experience group and the capabilities. So you have to be very deliberate in which cases you see that you're reflecting on to make sure that you're covering those experience group and capabilities. Then there's placement planning meeting, and you need this for each post. So every single post you're going to do, you need to have a placement planning meeting. So the first thing you do when you get into a post is to identify who is your clinical supervisor and meet with them as soon as possible to agree a plan for that post. So that plan would include finding out from your clinical supervisor, what is it from their point of view that you must know by the end of that placement? But equally, what is it that you yourself want to achieve? And a plan will be made and you enter that into your post. Once every year, you will have an educational supervisor's report that will lead to your ARCP. We'll talk about that. Mid-year, you will have an interim ESR, which is somewhat light touch compared to the annual ESR. So, but from your point of view, every 6 months you would have an ESR, whether it's interim or the full annual one. Personal development plans, you're required to come up with those from the beginning of your training and make sure that you keep updating them as you're achieving the previously set plan. So this we expect to see you using them regularly throughout your training. So a personal development plan is, as the name suggests, a plan that you have come up with for how you want to develop. So it could be about something you want to know. It could be about a skill that you want to acquire. It could be about a meeting or conference or a program that you want to attend. But the most important thing is that you need to make them smart. They need to be specific, measurable. They need to be achievable. They need to be realistic. They need to be time-bound. Now, periodically, as you go through training, one of the evidence that you're human is that there will be instances where things don't go as you want them to go, where mistakes will happen or almost happen. Sometimes they may impact on patients or they may not impact on patients. But what we expect you to do is to reflect on those learning events where, if it is a personal one, better. It shows that you're showing insight that you've got limitations. You've been able to recognize when things have gone wrong, and you have made efforts to rectify and learn from it. So that's what we want to see in learning event analysis. But sometimes it could be something.
Henry, sorry. Your slides are not moving. Can you put it in sharing mode, or would you like the team to share your slides for you? What would you like?
I haven't moved them yet.
Okay. Do you want to put it in presenter mode? Because at the moment it's still in the slide mode.
Okay, that's fine. If Amy can share it, that's fine. If it works better from there, I'll stop sharing here.
Amy, are you able to share the slides?
Yep, I'm just going to open them ready now.
Thank you. And then Henry, you can then use next slide, please.
So learning event analysis, as I was saying, sometimes can be at the organizational level. You can learn from that and reflect on that also. We expect to see at least one of that every year. Now, there's then significant event analysis, which basically is when something has happened or has gone wrong that is at the threshold that may meet a GMC investigation. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but if it does happen, then you need to reflect on that under a significant event analysis and for the purpose of the ARC panel to also review. Thank you, Amy. If you go to the next slide, please. And the next one. Okay. So I think I've just finished with that slide. Thank you. Next one, please. So the other things, I'm going to now go into some more details. So you need a minimum of 4 mini kexes or COTS. I'm going to differentiate between those two, or 4 CBDs, one of which needs to be done by your clinical supervisor. MSFs, one every year, a CSR at the end of every placement, SEPs all through your training, QI project in ST1 or ST2, and involvement in QIA once every year. I'm going to talk more about each of those. Next slide, please. So the clinical supervisor's report. This is a short structured report that will be completed by your clinical supervisor at the end of each post, okay? So a clinical supervisor's report is required for all your non-primary care posts. So every secondary care post you do, you need a clinical supervisor's report. There are instances where you may need one in primary care, and that is if you are lucky enough to have a clinical supervisor who is different from your educational supervisor. So in many instances, your educational supervisor, that's the person that has overall responsibility for your training for all the 3 years or more that you may be in training. That's your educational supervisor. So they'll be the person you meet with every 6 months to be able to do your, to have your ESR done. But they will also be the person that will keep an eye on your e-portfolio, read your learning logs, make comments and things like that. So when you come to GP, they may be the same person that will be your clinical supervisor. But in some practices where they have multiple trainers, they will appoint a separate clinical supervisor for you. So where you have a separate clinical supervisor, you need a CSR, even if it's in GP. Okay, sometimes your ES may decide that they also want a CSR because they want to be able to provide some more information that they cannot provide in your ESR, because the ESR is supposed to just be based on the evidence that is available in your e-portfolio. So, but if they want to make personal comments on their observations during your training, they may choose to complete a CSR. Or if you or they also feel like an ESR, a CSR is necessary. So that's the instance where you need a CSR when you're in GP. Next slide, please. QIA, QIP, they are both ways in which we demonstrate our involvement in quality improvement. Quality improvement audit, which is QIA, is usually often used to describe the quality improvement activities you do in secondary care or those that you do in GP that is separate from your quality improvement project. Often a QIA tends to be something you can do quickly to just demonstrate your involvement in quality improvement and that you've implemented change. A QIP, which is a quality improvement project, is a more detailed one. You need to be able to implement change, and you also need to be able to leave what is called a legacy effect. So as far as the GMC is concerned, once every year, you're required to demonstrate your involvement in quality improvement. From the RCGP point of view, in either ST1 or ST2, you need to do a QIP, a quality improvement project. So, and there's a separate form for that in your e-portfolio where you answer different questions that you have done in that process, and your trainer, your educational supervisor, will rate you in each of those areas as to whether you're below expectations, you're meeting expectations, or you're above expectations. But when it comes to QIA, you don't need to do that. You just basically need to demonstrate that you have been involved in quality improvement and you have implemented some degree of change. Like I said, for QIP to be acceptable to the ARCP panel that reviews your e-portfolio on an annual basis, they want to see what is called the legacy effect. And by legacy effect, we mean that you have come to this practice as a trainee, you spent 4 months, you've done this work, you've gone. Can other trainees that come to this practice, can they benefit from the work that you have done? Okay, is that legacy there that automatically would mean that they will benefit? So for you to leave a legacy, you need to do something that would involve some change in the system, whether it's in the computer system, whether it's a change in protocol, a change in policy, you design an induction pack or something that other trainees that come after you can benefit from in that practice. That's what we mean by legacy effect. If you do an audit as your QIP, usually you would need to complete that audit cycle by doing a re-audit to be able to demonstrate that change. So you started something, you audited to see an improvement, and then maybe 6 months later or at another time later, you do another cycle of audits to be able to demonstrate that whatever change you have implemented is sustained. So usually if you choose to go down the route of an audit for your QIP, you would need to do a re-audit to be able to demonstrate that change and legacy. And next slide, please. So here are some examples of QIAs that you can do, quality improvement audits or activities. A referral review, you can choose to do an audit of your own referral or the practice referral as a whole for a particular area to see if maybe, for example, we're meeting certain standards in that sense. You can be involved, especially when you're in secondary care. You can be involved in a large-scale national audit. You can do a review of prescribing. This is separate to your prescribing assessment, which you do in ST3. But you may want to pick, say an important medication like warfarin, for example, and do a review of the prescribing and monitoring of warfarin. I think I've got that at the end there. You may want to write a policy for the practice in an important area or revise the existing policy to make sure it's fit for purpose. Or you may want to do an audit on the monitoring and evaluation of important medications like DMARDs or warfarin. Those are some examples of QIAs that you can do. Next slide, please. Multi-source feedback, so that's otherwise known as MSF. So every year you're required to complete an MSF or have an MSF completed for you. So this is you trying to get feedback from the colleagues that you work with, so clinical and non-clinical colleagues, on how they see you as a team member, essentially. So you need a minimum of 10 responses. 5 of those should be clinical, 5 of those should be from non-clinical colleagues. Now, on a practical level, you probably want to be sending out 15 to 20 invites to ensure that you get the 10 that you need. Next slide, please. Then you've got the SEPS, which is the clinical examination and procedural skills. This is how we assess your ability to be able to examine patients competently. As a GP, it's important that your examination skills are at a competent level and that you're continuing to maintain it. Now, the RCGP has a list of 5 mandatory intimate SEPs that you must complete. That's why they are mandatory. So they include things like rectal examination, prostate examination, female genital examination, which is divided into bimanual examination and speculum examination. Then you've got male genital examination. Then you've also got breast examination. These are mandatory. They have to be completed across the 3 years of training, and they need to be completed by a suitably trained professional, and that is somebody that is at the level of an ST4 in secondary care. So if it's a registrar in secondary care, they need to be a minimum of ST4 registrar and above, or are completed by GP in primary care. And the assessment, for it to be acceptable, you could do it more than once, but the one that would be accepted as you now being competent in it is that you need to be rated as competent and safe performance. It needs to be rated as that. So any other one that is below that, including some where they say you need minimal assistance, any rating that is below competent and safe performance is not acceptable for your final sign-off. It means you need to repeat it. Now, sometimes you get signed off in ST1 and maybe your training is prolonged by maternity, by additional training time and all of that. It is good practice to do them again in other years of practice to show that you are maintaining that skill. So you haven't just done it once and you've not bothered to do it again. It's always a good idea to show that you are maintaining the skills. Beyond the mandatory ones, there's also what we call a range of additional examination and procedural skills. So there's a list of some other examinations that you can do: respiratory examination, cardiovascular examination, abdominal examination, examination of a child age 1 to 5, and all of that. So these are other skills that you can, other ways you can show that you're maintaining the skills required for general practice training. Even though they are not mandatory, we want to see you get signed off in 3 or more of those, okay? So it's not enough to just do the 5 mandatory and not do any of the range, or do 1 or 2 of the others. They are not a range. A range will be like 3 and above. If you can do all of them, even better. But you do the 5 mandatory ones, then you do at least 3 of the other ones, if possible, all of them. Beyond that, in terms of SEPs also, your supervisor, your educational supervisor, must be satisfied that you are competent in being able to do general and systemic examinations, okay, for them to sign you off at the end of your training. Next slide, please. BDCAT court audio. So these are ways that we assess your consultations with real-life patients in real time, either in general practice or secondary care. Mini-CATs is what you do in secondary care. Court is what you do with a face-to-face patient in GP, or audio court is what you do on a telephone consultation in GP. You need any mix of court, audio court to be able to get your minimum numbers, or mini-CATs when you are in ST1 and 2. Audio court template should not be used for video consultation. So if it's a video consultation, it needs to be on the court template. A minimum of 2 courts must be done in each GP placement. So you need 4 each year you need to make sure, because sometimes what we see is that trainees do all 4 in secondary care as mini-kegs, and they come to GP, they don't do any cuts. Whilst we still recognize what you do in secondary care, it's not the same as consultation in GP. And ultimately, we will be testing your ability to consult in GP in the SCA, and the cut is much more detailed than the mini-kegs. So the RCGP has put the criteria that of the 4 that you do, which is your minimum, 2 of them must be done in your GP placement, and they should only be done by a GMC approved trainer. Next slide, please. Case-based discussions. This is a structured oral interview that assesses your professional judgment in a clinical case. This can be done either in hospital or GP placements. Whoever assesses you has to be ST4 or above. In GP, it would be done only by a GMC approved trainer, and the case should be one that you've managed independently, and better still, one that person that is doing the CBD for you was not involved in. So if they've debriefed you on that case, or they were the ones supervising you on the day and they had some form of input, that case should not be used as a CBD. It should be one that they are totally unfamiliar with, that you then, and you have managed that patient independently, that should be used as a CBD. Next slide, please. So ESR, interim ESR, I talked about that. You need an annual ESR, and ideally, you want to have gathered a minimum of 3 evidence that you link to each capability area. So the evidence could be from your clinical case review, it could be from your workplace-based assessment like CBD, like COTS, like mini-kegs, it could be from your MSF. You can link any evidence that is relevant to that capability. But by the time you come to do your ESR, you hope to at least have 3 evidence to be able to link. That would hopefully mean that you get a good rating. Now, an interim ESR can be completed at the midpoint if you are progressing well, and your trainer will decide on that. But if there are any concerns about your performance, or you have had an unsatisfactory outcome in your previous ARCP, or you're going to be having an ARCP within 2 months of the ESR, in that instance, you're going to need a full ESR. Next slide, please. Urgent and unscheduled care. So this is care that is provided outside the normal GP hours. So the normal GP hours, 8 to 6:30, Monday to Friday. Any care provided beyond 6:30 on a Monday to Friday or over the weekend is considered out of hours, okay? And it comes under urgent and unscheduled care. And as a GP, part of your training is to train you to the level where you are competent in working in the out of hours setting and providing urgent and unscheduled care in other forms of setting like urgent care center and other forms of services that work in out of hours. So in most places, working in out of hours service remains the main way that you develop and demonstrate your UC capabilities. And like I said, it could be in community-based services, in urgent care centers, or in the out of hours service. Now, this is one bit of the training that varies across the UK from DINRI to DINRI. You need to find out how it operates in your DINRI. In some other places, it is structured into your timetable, and you will know exactly when you're due to work a shift in the out of hours setting. In some places, it is down to you to organize your rota to make sure that you arrange those shifts and go to do it. And the minimum number of hours required also varies from DINRI to DINRI. So try and find out soon from your trainer or TPDs what operates in your area and follow that. Next slide, please. There are some mandatory trainings that right from now, the beginning of your training, to the end of your training, you need to show that you have completed them. So CPR plus AED. And by CPR, we're talking about just the cardiopulmonary resuscitation plus the ability to use the defibrillator. That can be completed through BLS or ALS. Now, if you do ALS, for the purpose of this certification in your training, it will only be valid for 1 year. So not the typical 3 or 4 years that ALS is valid for. Every single year, you have to show evidence of maintaining your CPR or AED. So if ALS is your first certificate, it means next year you have to do BLS plus AED. And the certificate must be valid at the time of your CCT and extend beyond your end date of training. Online evidence of CPR is no longer acceptable. It's got to be face-to-face. And along with that, you need evidence of level 3 safeguarding for both adult and child safeguarding. And that needs to be from the early part of your training and be available to them. Typically, the certificates are valid for 3 years. So if you do it now, it should be valid for the rest of your training if you are a full-time trainee that sort of goes all the way through. But in addition to that, every single year, you need to show evidence of updates, and you also need to show evidence of a reflective learning log in both child and adult safeguarding. Okay, so do the training at the beginning, valid for 3 years, every year an update, and every year you reflect on one case in adults or child safeguarding. Okay, next slide, please. I've talked about that, so next slide, thank you. So my final bit is on reflection, and I've got a few minutes for this. So I talked about you needing 3 case reviews, and every also learning opportunity you have, whether it's you attend teaching and all of that, we expect you to reflect on it. What do we mean by reflection? Next slide, please. So reflection is how we give serious thought to an event with the aim of learning from it. So every single day, we do things, we go through stuff, but not many times do we sit back to try and think about it to see what exactly happened there and what can I learn from it. But now that you're in training, we want you to see every encounter as a learning opportunity, because it is. Reflection is how you make sense of the experiences that you've had and what and how you have learned from them. That's important. And it's how you are able to examine your own thoughts critically, look at your own action, and make sense of what you already know. Reflection is not only on what has gone wrong. Even when something has gone well, you need to think about it that, okay, what was it about that consultation that made that patient so satisfied that they've written a compliment, sent an email to say, I really want to thank this doctor. What did I do there that I can take forward to use to improve my consultation with other patients? That's reflection. So reflection is thinking about encounters that you're having with the aim of learning from it. Next slide, please. So when you reflect, what you're asking yourself is whether there is a need for you to change your perspective, whether there's a need for you to change your beliefs, whether you need to update your knowledge. So perhaps there might have been a knowledge gap that meant you couldn't provide satisfactory care for that patient, or whether a change in behavior is necessary. Now, the process of writing these thoughts down in a structured way will help to cement that above process of thinking rather than you just thinking about it. When you write it down, there's a way it expands, there's a way it cements that learning, and that becomes something you take forward. Now, the RCGP has a policy, a guidance on use of artificial intelligence, because increasingly artificial intelligence is becoming part of our lives, and we're seeing trainees just basically using artificial intelligence to write up their reflection. The RCGP supports the idea of using it as a prompt, using it to sort of guide you in how to reflect exactly on what it is that clinical encounter was. But you cannot use artificial intelligence to make up clinical encounters that don't exist, or just copy and paste verbatim. So that is now no longer your own reflection. That's the reflection of AI that you're copying and pasting. But if you use it as a tool to stimulate you to say, Chat GPT, I saw this 60-year-old patient and this was what happened. Can you give me ideas on areas I can reflect on here? And it gives you prompts on those areas, and you then do your own reflection on it. That's a way to use it, rather than making it do everything for you or generating fictitious patients that don't exist. I've got 1 or 2 more minutes. Next slide, please, and I'll round up on that. So this is like a rough template that you can use for your reflection. So you think about what happened. Okay, I saw this patient in clinic on this day, and then it asks you think about what, if anything, happened subsequently. I noticed that the patient seemed to not be concentrated, a bit fidgety and all of that. And at the end of the day, I was able to ask these questions that helped the patient to relax. And I discovered that something had happened that was affecting their concentration. At the end of the day, it was satisfactory. The patient was happy. I was happy. And at the end of the day, it's now a question of what did you learn? Oh, I learned to not just be listening to what patients are saying, to also observe their body language and be able to just sort of reflect that back to them and see what they say. What will you do differently in the future? In the future, I would sort of be very mindful of my communication, not only listening to what is being said, but also looking for changes in body language. What further learning needs have you identified? You think about anything else that it is that you've identified that you want to work on. So this is just like a rough template, but it's basically making you think about what you're doing on a daily basis and what you're going through from the point of view of learning. Next slide, if there's any other one. I think this is where I pass back on to Onyinye. Thank you for listening.
Right, Henry, thank you so much for going through all that in terms of what is expected from the workplace-based assessment. So a few things, just to let you know, it's not just about your exams. So I hope that you've listened very attentively to Henry, because the 3 bits, the workplace-based assessment, your exams, which I'm going to talk to you about, you have to pass the 3 of them before you're able to become a GP. So if you pass your exams, which is a lot of people tend to concentrate on, and you haven't done the bits that Henry talked about, unfortunately, we will have to send you back to complete your workplace-based assessment, pass it, get signed off by your ES before we can qualify you as a GP. So now let's talk about the examinations, which a lot of you tend to want to focus on and know a lot more about, because that's what we think is going to just make us GPs. But you need to also be prepared for the next slide, please. So in terms of examination, there, like I said, is a tripos. There are 2 examinations that you have to sit. So in your ST1, which is where you guys are entering now, we're expecting you to kind of relax, get to know the system, get to know what is expected of you. But when you come into your 2nd year of training, especially towards either the first part or the second part, we expect you to start thinking about your applied knowledge test. When we talk about applied knowledge, it's almost like an MCQ, but it's not an MCQ. It's more of you applying the knowledge that we hope that you've gained all through while you've been studying. So just think of it like an MCQ, but it's applied. we now expect you to take it about people take it, throughout the year about 4 times. So there's one in October, there's one in January, April, and July. The wonderful thing now is when you get onto your 14 fish, I know a lot of people have put in the comments about, the e-portfolio and all that. Don't worry about it. Please do not worry about it. Once you start your training fully, your deanery will assign your e-portfolio, you get access to it, and you start seeing all these things that we're talking about, because I'm sure you're listening to it in abstract and it might not make as much sense, but once you start, it will make a lot of sense. So when you get on your e-portfolio, what we suggest now is that you are already thinking about when do you want to sit your exam, and we now allow you to be able to reserve your place about 12 months in advance. So that's why we're doing all this and raising this awareness for you, so that when you start your training in ST2, you start thinking about, okay, when do I do my exam, so that you're more prepared. So maximum you can take it 6 times. Unfortunately, if you don't pass it by the 6th time, like I said, it's a tripos, you have to pass the 3 of them for you to qualify. So plan in advance. The way they do it, like I said, is an MCQ kind of question. You go to where we all do our driving test, somewhere called Person View. You sit in front of the computer and you do the exam. It costs you about £470, so it's not exactly cheap. That's why we are saying prepare in advance, get yourself ready, get your mindset ready. If I were you, a lot of you were putting in resources. Where can I get resources? There's so much resources online for you. Textbooks. I don't think I've read a textbook in a very long time, because everything I need to prepare or to know about is online. There's nice CKS, there's the RCGP website, there is GP Notebook. There are so many resources online. I would say to you, every time you see a patient, go and read around it, because we come from different health economies. There are different illnesses where we come from. So as you're seeing any illness, go on to nice CKS, read about it, and that way it sticks with you, and you know, like what it is about that particular case and how it's managed in England. That way you know all the guidelines and what is expected of you when you see a patient like that. But for the exam we used to have it 3 hours and 10 minutes for you to answer 200 questions. But for you guys, you're lucky. From October 2025, they are cutting it down to 160 questions in 160 minutes. We are saying is a lot better, but you can imagine what it means is that you have 1 minute to answer each question. So I would say start early, start preparing, start reading around what you see. Those questions are set by GPs for GPs. And every 3 years, we go and assure it and make sure that it's still relevant for GPs. So be aware that it's not, nobody in hospital sets it, it's actually GP. So the kind of questions you're going to see, 80% of it will be on your clinical knowledge, 10% will be on your evidence-based medicine. That's the one a lot of people struggle with, because it's all statistics. I don't know how you are with statistics. I have to say, I have to read it every single time. But if you start early, you can get around it and you learn it, because we want you to be able to read journals. We want you to be able to interpret evidence, because England is very, very based on evidence-based medicine. And for you to be able to read and interpret the evidence, you need to be able to read statistics. So 10% of the questions will be on statistics, and 10% of it will be on primary care organization and management. Remember when I started, I told you that we own practices, we run businesses. We expect you by the time you finish to have an idea. You might not know everything, but you should have an idea. So I would say to you, if you're lucky enough to do general practice in ST1, go and sit with your practice manager, go and talk to your partners, find out what it is to run the practice. What do you need to know as a GP to run the practice? That way you have an idea of what kind of thing is expected of GPs. Now, can I make a plea? I know where we are coming from. A lot of people don't want to see or hear that they have problems, especially things that we look at as disabilities, things like, what do you call it? Autism, ADHD. What's the other one? The other one that you need the screen for? Gosh, I've forgotten. But please go and get yourself
Dyslexia.
Dyslexia. Thank you very much, Henry. You need to go and get yourself screened. There's no shame. If you're dyslexic, that's fine. We have GPs that are autistic and they are GPs and they are practicing. We have GPs that have ADHD, they are GPs and they are practicing. What we want to know is if you have any disability, we can support you. But the only way we can do that is if you get screened early. It's put on your system, your exam system. We can put in what we call reasonable adjustments. Like we said now, like dyslexia, it might well be that you need your screen adjusted in a different way. If you're autistic, it might well be that, we need to make allowance for that when you're in practice, but we need to know. So please, I make a plea, there is no shame. Don't wait until you fail the exam 2-3 times before we start trying to put adjustments in. Because remember, each of those attempts, if you don't get yourself screened, they don't put the reasonable adjustment, the more you fail, the more you lose your confidence. So my suggestion to you will be, as soon as you start, if they offer you screening, go and get screened. It is not a shameful thing. It is not anything to be embarrassed about. It is something for us to put the necessary things in place for you to succeed. There are GPs that have mental health problems. There are psychotic GPs. There are GPs that have depression. They need help. We put in the help. They qualify and they practice. So please, let us help you. There is no shame in it and there's no embarrassment. The college tends to have a lot of CPD courses, which can be free to you. We have conferences that might be free to you. So I would say to you, go and look at the college website so that you know what is free, what you can take advantage of, because your budget, your study leave budget, which I've seen some people ask about, is not too much money and it depends on each deanery. So even I, as I've qualified, I still take advantage of all the freebies. If there's a free conference, I will go to it and I will learn. So my suggestion to you is look at the college website, see what is free, what you can take advantage of, and just learn. Nice CKS is free. So there's lots and lots of free things that will help you to learn and develop. Take advantage of it. But if you need any courses paid for, speak to your deanery and they'll be able to tell you what you're entitled to. Next slide, please. Now, the last part of the exam, the third tripos, is your simulated consultation assessment. So you've done your AKT, we've checked your knowledge. Now, when you come into your ST3, which for most people is towards the end of your training, we now want to assess whether all this learning that you've got, you can now use it to practice in general practice. And that is where Henry and I are examiners. So you can also reserve that one 12 months in advance, as long as you're ready for it. But we normally say to you, before you actually come to sit for it, go and have a conversation with your educational supervisor, because by that time, you should be in general practice. They are with you day to day. They know when you're ready to do the exam. Then you can have that conversation and you can start preparing, but you can reserve your place up to 12 months in advance. It is done online, where you have a role player with you simulating your patient, and you will do your exam, and then it's sent to us, the examiners, and we mark it. Now you do it all through the year, apart from December, July, and August. As you can see, it's not exactly a cheap exam. It's £1,180. And you have the ability as well, all the exams now, to sit them up to 6 times. So do not waste your chances. Make sure that you're ready for it, because it's normally like it's written for GPs by GPs. It's 12 cases, like a normal morning surgery. So we want to see that you can manage your patients. How do you manage the patients in practice? You're not going to be examining anybody. So that's why it's 12 minutes. We want to see what you can do, how you communicate. It's more like a communication exam, how you use your knowledge. So please make sure that you're prepared and you've spoken to your ES before you come to take it. There are preparation webinars. We've done lots and lots of webinars to prepare people. So when you come towards your ST2, beginning of ST3, start watching those seminars. I would even say go and watch it now, because when you watch it, you can see how to consult in general practice. And I promise you, I'm coming from a different health economy, the way we practice and we consult in British general practice is quite different from a lot of health economies. We are very patient focused. We're not very doctor focused. So it's all about the patient. So my suggestion to you would be just watch them, see how consultation is done in British general practice, because that prepares you so that when you're learning in the hospital, you can channel what you're learning to what is expected of you in British general practice. Watch it. But towards the end, you need to watch them more so that you will be prepared. There are courses that are available towards that time. Now, the reason why we're spending this time and raising all this awareness with you guys is, honestly, if you do not pass any of these exams, be it the SCA, be it the AKT, be it your workplace-based assessment, and you're released from training, because unfortunately that can happen. If you finish all your attempts and you haven't passed, they can release you from training. Readmission, most of the times, is not successful. So please give yourself that chance to be able to complete your training. When you've done all that, you've passed all that, then your dean will sign you off. They give you a certificate, of, they'll send your information to the RCGP, who then makes a recommendation to the GMC, and they give you a certificate of completion of training. And then you're ready to be a GP. You then apply to be on the performance list, and that's it. Your training done. So please, I hope that, we've today raised awareness for you of how you can prepare throughout your training journey and be ready for what is expected of you. And then at the end of it, when we've done all that, we invite you for a new member ceremony. Next slide, please. You then come to your new member ceremony, and then people like Sylvia and all of us that work in faculties will be there cheering you on and announcing your name, and you get to cross the stage and get your certificate. So I hope you've all kind of taken away some things from today's presentation, how you can prepare, what is expected of you, and we will now open it up to questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Henry, only for, as usual, very illuminating presentation. And there have been lots and lots of questions flying through on the Q&A, guys. Please keep them coming. You have the experts here to ask about, issues that you have. Only while questions are coming up, I just wanted to reflect on something you said about learning how to consult. And I think it's come up, hasn't it, in the questions. People have been wondering, saying, oh, my very first post in the NHS, and that just reminded me of what Deepthi said about how she was thrown in at the deep end, go and clerk a pediatric patient when, perhaps you've not done it before. And so is there any more that you can, any more light you can shed just while we're waiting for any more questions to pop up on what people relieve that stress, that initial pressure of fear? I felt it. I know, what it means.
Absolutely. So I come from a health economy where I wasn't actually taught consultation skills, and I had to learn them here. And that's why I'm saying to you, the SCA webinars that they have on the college website, go and watch them. You can really gain a lot from that. But a lot of deaneries have now, because we've done a lot of work raising awareness with the fact that I am an undergraduate tutor. Okay, so I teach year 1 medical students from Aston and University of Birmingham. Second day that they come to spend with me, I teach them consultation skills from second day of year 1 medical school. A lot of us don't have that privilege. But a lot of deaneries, because we've been raising awareness of it, being international graduates ourselves, they have now caught on. So a lot are offering courses and offering training sessions on how to consult. If they are not offering it, can you ask them about, consultation skills? Yeah, because they will be able to direct you either. Sometimes we have all these what do they call it? The support unit, the program support unit, where you can go and learn how to consult. But honestly, watch the videos that we put out for the SCA. They are really good ways of learning, because we are very keen on things like psychosocial. What's the human being like? What is their family like? What do they do? What's their work? What's the impact? There's a lot you can learn from watching those things. So please don't be embarrassed. That's why we keep saying to you, ask questions. The other thing is, when you get into practice, go and watch everybody consult. There's a lot. That's how I learned. I used to go everywhere. I watch everybody consult, because then you learn a lot about how you consult in British general practice, watching others, and you learn what you can and you make it your own. That's how we all learn.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And there are lots of links that are being shared on the Q&A segment, lots of links for people to go and check. There's the RCGP, there's a whole page dedicated to GP registrars, and a lot of what we've been discussing here, you can find links to them, links to different courses, and different places that you can find this information. And thanks to Deepthi and Akram, everyone else that is sort of putting answer the questions. So guys, we literally have Onyinye and Henry for another 2 minutes. If you have any other questions, anything else that you want them to clarify for you, any other questions relating to the training period, relating to the assessments, exams, and so on, please let us know so that they can address them for you now. But the important thing that we want you to go away with is that there is a lot of support. There is a lot of information. It might all look lots of information. I appreciate that. And I think I responded to somebody who said that there's so much information. That is true. But it's good that you're aware of the amount of information. But the good thing is that it's all sort of broken down. And I think when you said so, by the time you look at your e-portfolio, then you know what you're supposed to do in the first year. You're given that information so you can calm down and then realize, right, there's time, and then plan things early. So let me just see. Okay, somebody's saying, oh, wow. Okay, somebody's saying, do we need, hang on. Somebody says, can you please repeat the mini-kex cost thing? I could not understand, please. Henry, is that something that you can just quickly do a brief comeback on that, just to clear this up for the person who's a bit not clear with mini-kex and costs, please?
Yes, so during GP training, you'll be assessed on your ability to consult. When that assessment is done in secondary care, it's called mini-kex. When it's done in GP, it's called COT. And what you can do is, at the end of today, you can go to the RCGP website and look at what the template is for each. So COT, there are specific areas that you're going to be marked on, and you're going to be marked on whether you're meeting expectations below or above. The same with mini-kex. So COT is a bit more detailed. Mini-kex is less so, but that's how we assess your consulting ability in ST1 and 2, even into ST3.
Thank you so much for clarifying that for us. Okay, so
Sylvia, can I come back on
yes.
something? There's something that keeps coming on and on about your medical indemnity. Okay, so can I just tell all of you, you are indemnified through your single employer, and it is not with MDU anymore. It used to be MDU. They've moved all of you to MPS. Okay, so you will have free indemnity with MPS. My suggestion to you will be, when you email your single employer, confirm that your name has been given to MPS. Like I said to you, it has happened to one of my registrars where she thought she was indemnified, and if somebody forgot to send her name. So once you confirm that you've been indemnified with the MPS, that's it. You do not need any more indemnity. That indemnifies your work as a trainee and all through your training. When you then finish your training is when you start thinking about what other indemnity that you need. But while you're in training, that is all sorted out for you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. This brings us to the end of this very, very interesting segment. Lots of information. Thank you so much to our speakers, Onyinye and Henry, today. Really appreciate you. I know you're going to hang around for a couple of minutes just to help us mop up any questions. I'd really appreciate that. But I'd like to use this opportunity to hand back to my colleague, Azza, to take us on to the next segment of the program.
Thank you, Sylvia. So, and thank you to Onyinye and Henry for such a comprehensive extremely useful session just for all the delegates who are attending now. Rest assured that this is why we actually will try our best to organize this event more sooner rather than later, well in advance, to make you a little bit equipped and give you some eye opener to what you are expecting, so you have some time for yourself to prepare and go through your list. So getting into the list, so our session today, myself and Sylvia, we're going to present the arriving and settling in the UK. Next, please. So when you arrive, as everybody and beforehand, our colleagues, Deepthi, Akram, and everyone else mentioned, that it can be like starting a new life with what we describe a hefty list of tasks to do, and it can be daunting. From a personal, family, social aspects, financial, professional, we are here today to try to simplify as much as we can, to give you more sort of guidance as to what to look out for and try to do earlier prior to your starting your training. Thank you. Or just about to start. It's going to be a transition. It's going to be a little bit sort of more heavy at the start, but we are here to help you and guide you. Next, please. So I'm going to start with the person and family aspects. So what I would like you to do is to keep your mindset as I will succeed throughout my training, succeed through this transition, which is for about a month or two until you get through and feel comfortable with the first NHS system and your service and everything else in different everything else in terms of work, professionals, your portfolio and everything else. So I'm going to start with your health needs, because we cannot move to your training without looking after yourself. And I think Deepthi and everybody else mentioned that as well, reconfirm it's really important to be caring to yourself and to look after yourself well. So have a look at the NHS website, the NHS UK website. They will and find out where the nearest GP practice that would be close by where you're going to live, as well as the dentist. That's to start with. If you have any medical condition, it would be really good to bring all your documentation with you, and also your medications with you, in case some of them can be from the, I would say, some of the prescriptions here in the UK could be can be issued through a shared care with the secondary care, which means hospital. So if that is the case, for example, then the GP would be able to refer you sooner rather than later. So secondly would be the occupational health. So as Onyinye mentioned about the single employer, which is your lead employer trust, they would be able to share your details with the occupational health department in the trust, and they will contact you. But why don't you be proactive as well and just try to seek sort of guidance as to whether you would be able to do that yourself, or just wait, and if you don't hear from them after a week or so, just to try to make an appointment with them, just contact them. But don't forget to bring all your immunization certificates with you, including COVID vaccines if you had, and it all depends on each trust and what's their requirement. Basically, the occupational health for you is to make sure that you are fit to work, and if there are any other blood tests or screening that need to be done, it would need to be done sooner rather than later, so you can start your training on time. Now, well-being, this is a paramount. It can be when you are attending or arriving to the UK single, for example, it can be daunting, and you will be feeling you left your loved ones behind you, whether you already brought your loved ones with you as well, and you feel like you are anxious, you are the breadwinner, what are you going to do? How would you be able to manage your life, your work, and look after them? Please, if you are feeling that you are anxious or you need some support, seek support from your GP practice. And also there are different services across the regions as to some mental health, or we've got also the practitioner health team, which are through the NHS as well, where looks after the the professionals, health professionals. If you are feeling depressed, anxious, that you need some support from them. Must not to forget about the social prescriber. So the social prescriber scheme is actually existing in some location. Again, not every region and throughout the country that they are available. It would be really good idea. I mentioned, I think I provided the link on the second slide, but have a look, and also have a look at your lead employer website, as well as your GP school or the deanery. They will be, again, if they are commissioned by, well, if they commission the service, they would be able to also provide you with some support mental health, also support with other aspects. They can provide one-to-one consultations and other services that they would be able to do to help you through. A must, and I believe Onyinye and Henry had mentioned as well, neurodiversity. This is a must, not only because to help you to excel in your training and whiz through it without smoothly, but if you are actually feeling that you are dyslexic, or you actually are already got a diagnosis of any, if you are a neurodivergent individuals and you are already being diagnosed and you're back home, it's not a stigma in the UK. I'm just reiterating the same, just reconfirming. And a matter of fact, if you need some adjustment throughout work or training, this is what we need to help you with at the start of the training. There's no point of going and being slow in your typing and then picked up and your progression is not as you expected, because at the end of the day, will cause you to lose confidence, and also this will cause you to be feeling not only the confidence. If your confidence is low, then things can get worse. And it's better to be vocalizing about it. If you feel, by all means, ask for the screening at the start. Not even wait until, as Oni mentioned about AKT, not even wait until you fail, touch wood, any exams or has been picked up by any of your colleagues. ADHD, any other neurodiversity conditions as well. And most important, and the key word that I said to Dr. Vautrey, the key word is ask. Always ask. Always ask throughout your training. Reach out to your peers, your networks. If there are some buddies, if there are any network around you in your own region, why don't you ask? As my colleagues mentioned, all of them, reach out to the college, reach out to your college, your faculty, engage with them, and find out if there is an IMG representative in your area to be able to belongs to. The sense of community and belonging is really crucial, and it can actually help you, especially if you are on your own, arriving to the UK. Next, please. So I'm going now to the culture, which varies from region to another, and we'll try to now play the video for 2 minutes, and please just watch it on your own time later. I don't think we can hear I don't think.
Yeah, the sound isn't on, Azza.
The sound is not working. We are trying again. So thank you, membership team, working hard behind the scene.
Still no sound.
There's still no sound.
No.
Shall we just, okay, right. So I'm just going to give you a bit of what is this. So please just watch it on your own time. We were going to play it anyway for only 2 minutes. So basically, culture difference, it's all about the body language, usage of language as well. Please seek help if you feel like you've got a strong accent, that you feel you're unable to well, you feel uncomfortable and you need some support, by all means, speak to your training program director who would be able to guide you. There are some sessions that can be provided in various GP schools, as far as I'm aware, that they would help you to overcome this. And also there are some, as far as I know as well, there are some other apps that you can use to be able to help you to about this matter. It's not only about the culture. I believe one of the GP, senior GP in the video mentioned about as if you are going to locum to locum in a hospital. Everything's new for you. The system, how to navigate the system, how to operate in a way. It's a service provider as well. Well, how to navigate the system and to be able to excel and move on like a British graduate. Also about the consultation skills, which I believe Onyinye has already discussed, as well as Henry. Now, family. Now, the reason I mentioned about family, again, I think it was the answer to some of the questions here. I'm not going to explain it further. It's already been covered in the first session about family. If you are arriving on your own, or arriving or waiting to bring your relatives, your spouse, and your children's. If you are looking for a childcare or schools, accommodations, actually social prescriber can help you with that as well. And by all means, always your keyword is ask. And ask your colleagues, ask your in your network. We'll get into the next page, please. Next page, please. Thank you. Oh, this next slide. So, I think this is all covered in the previous presentation. So, where to seek the information and support? The LAT is the lead employer trust, and this is what we mentioned. It's the single employer who would be able to look after all your employment issues throughout your training. Now, NHS England, the NIMDT is the Northern Ireland Medical and Dental Training Agency. The NES is the NHS Education for Scotland. The HEIW is the Health Education Improvement Wales. Again, support can be from the families, from friends. The ESCS and TBD already covered before, the education supervisor, clinical supervisor, and training program director. I haven't added here the GMC, which was in the slide of the VIPs. It was a brilliant slide. Thank you, Oni. And your colleagues and peers, not to forget with the most important, the RCGP. Now, with the RCGP, I just need to mention here, we've got, and we provided links at in our final slide with regards to overseas doctors. There is a page through our college website with a wealth of resources there, as well as we've got the IMG forum group where you can see and watch podcasts, any adverts for upcoming events, and communicate through it as well. I believe also I believe we are going to have a post-event forum, so you are to continue networking, but we will share the link later today. Now, other places that we would communities, association, organizations, I've listed them here. I am a member of at least a couple of them there, and that all depends on where. Try to find what I would describe it as your tribe, where they have cultures similar, where you can obtain some sort of have bodies for yourself to seek advice from them. They have been in the country for some time, and some of these organizations actually have their own WhatsApp groups, they forums in Facebook, and they organize events and courses. So please just join any that you feel you belong to, and if you can't find, just Google. They might find if you are from different countries and you feel like it isn't any that belongs to you, by all means, have a look and Google. And We are going to provide our email addresses if you need any help, and not to forget again and again, IMG GP, IMG's array faculty representative are there for you in different faculties as well if you need any support. Next, please. So over to you, Sylvia, and thank you for waiting for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Azza. Yeah, there are a few questions just popping into the chat. So, okay, guys, so I'm just going to carry on from where Azza has stopped, just looking at things to expect as you come into the UK. By all means, we can't cover every single thing, but just a little bit of information to give you a heads up, things that many of you are probably already considering. I'm not a financial advisor. Excuse me, we are not providing financial advice in this session as way of a disclaimer, but we think there are a few things that can be useful to consider. Many of you have already been living here in the UK, so are familiar with this information, but for those who are not. So the first thing is about sufficient funds when you're relocating. Of course, it goes without saying, as you come into the country, you should ensure that you have sufficient funds to manage yourself or any dependents you're traveling with. How much is sufficient? Good question. How much is, how long is a piece of string, they say. It can vary from person to person. We all have different individual circumstances. It can depend on where you're staying, which part of the region you're in, but it's good to have that mindset as you arrive, that funds that will help you to settle in, so that you're not stranded while you're waiting for your first salary or your first pay to come through. There's already enough that you're going to contend with. People are putting questions about getting in touch with occupational health and doing pre-employment checks and what's going to happen on my first shift and so on. There's a lot to contend with, and we don't want finance or money to add its own pressure. The other thing that we want to remind you of is to be aware of the recurring bills and payments. They can take up a sizable amount of money, and you need to make sure that they are covered, because falling back on or going into arrears or not making your regular payments can be another big problem, and can affect your credit history, which is, of course, has its own financial implications. So, of course, the top thing there is your rent or mortgage, depending on what your circumstance is. And people coming in for the first time may be finding accommodation on a rental basis, unless they're staying with friends or family, for example. You might be renting an Airbnb for a few days while you look for another place. That might be another option. There are websites like Rightmove or Zoopla where you can find advertisements for short to long-term stay. Now, of course, the rent amount depends on the local area, but many people who are providing short-term lets may want you to pay 2 or 3 months upfront. And something else that's useful to know is, check how close the location of your accommodation is to the place you're working, especially for the reasons of commute, so that it's something that's straightforward. You're not living 2 hours away from where you're supposed to be working and you're relying on public transport. That can be tricky. So please have that in mind when you're looking for a place to stay, that it should be within reasonably close to your local areas that you're going to be moving back and forth frequently. Check your rent agreement to understand details like a notice period for when you have to leave, any penalties, damages, and so on. Little things that may be in the small print that could cause a big surprise when you decide to move and you didn't realize, oh, I'm supposed to, there's £500 or something for damages. Those things can build up. Mortgage refers to taking out a loan to buy a house, something that may be considered a bit later on, especially when you first arrived or you're first starting. And it does depend on establishing a credit history so that lenders are happy to provide you or to advance you a line of credit. But again, consider the area, consider the closeness to work, schools, and so on. The next thing is about transportation, public transportation, and your own vehicle. Really, really important to work out how you're going to commute to your place of work from home and other places like the grocery stores, where your GP surgery or where your children will be going to see the GP if needed, your local hospital, and so on. It's good to have that. Those are sort of the key things that you should sort of think about, how you can easily access them. learn about the public transport system. There are very good networks here that have websites that you can actually visit the website and learn what time your train is leaving, what time the next bus is going to come. You can plan your journeys. You have apps like Move It that you can put in your location and where you need to go, and it plots plots your journey for you, estimates the cost, tells you how much it will cost if you're going by train or by bus, and so on. Early on, by the time you get your feet in, maybe the first few months, you're getting used to settling into the UK. You can start to think about driving license lessons, as that will make it a lot easier. But that's something to think about. And again, I'm referring to people who perhaps are coming in for the first time, because I know that there are lots and lots of you who have been here for several years and already have this in place. Quick mention about council tax, the compulsory tax that everybody, or that most people, eligible people, pay. That it's a local government tax, a service tax that is used to cater for services like getting rid of waste, libraries, local education, police, fire department, transport, roads, and so on. So the reason I bring it up is, check if this is something included with your rent, or whether they've said council tax separate, so that you know what you're paying and it's not, your bill doesn't come to you as a big surprise. Mobile phone communication, SIM cards can be purchased from different areas, whether you can get them online or at the airport, local shops, so that when you first get in your first few hours, you're able to get a SIM card that allows you to make calls, send messages in the UK. Again, utility bills, something that may just sneak into your rent bill. Some will include, some do not. Be clear so that you have a good overview of how much it's going to cost for you to make those payments. So there's a good resource on the gov.uk website that refers to childcare and who has access to free childcare. I think I'll put that up in the chat once I've finished with this, because I think I saw a question around that. So it's a good thing to learn about what you have access to, who is eligible to have that kind of, who may qualify for free childcare. And then when you're looking for places, where's your child going to stay? Of course, the first thing, like I've said earlier, is that it's easy for you to access. It's not somewhere that you have to go and drop your kid off an hour away from where you're going to work. That just creates extra stress that you don't need. So when you're looking for this kind of places, please have those kind of things in mind. Think about facilities with reputable Ofsted ratings. Ratings that we use, and I think there might be some changes around that actually are just coming to my mind, around how different facilities are ranked or rated. So when you check a particular place, it's not just about how it looks, it's not just about where it is, it's also about its reputation, how they treat or how they manage their wards or the children that they take on. Other costs, home and car insurance, when they become relevant for you. Professional fees are really important. So for example, we're talking about the fees to the General Medical Council. That is your regulator, that is your license provider. These are mandatory fees that you have to pay. Usually you can pay them by direct debit so that it automatically comes out of your bank account. And they can set up either quarterly direct debits, and what you're supposed to do is just to remember that you have these fees and make sure that you have the funds available for them. So not just the GMC, of course, there's fee for the RCGP and the BMA, British Medical Association, as well. A quick mention about savings, and the reason for that is I think it probably pertains mostly to those who already live here and maybe switching from one post to another. There may be a drop, and this is just to warn you. You might want to find out, you might be able to ask the people in HR so you have an idea of what the rates are, but there might be a pay drop as you begin ST1 training. And it's useful to be aware of this, just to be prepared and then set some savings aside if that is the case, but at least being aware so that you can think of how do you want to progress this. Like I said, I do have some links. I will put them in the link was in the chat, I think during our break time, so that people can access them as they need. Can we move on to the next slide, please? All right, so here we're talking about professional work, and a lot of this has been mentioned already. Both Onyinye and I think Azza has referred to some of these, so they made my work really easy. We've talked about the RCGP. The college is your professional home where your professional membership is retained. The college sets the clinical standards for the entire country for care. So it is so important that that being a member of the college, you're being a part of a professional body that aspires to the highest quality of care in the United Kingdom. So it's so important. But it's not just about setting standards. It's not just a participation in GP training, but it's also in making representation on the behalf of GPs, which is what the RCGP does, advocacy alongside the other groups, because you find that there is some kind of overlap from one group to the other, trying to protect the interests of doctors. But the BMA protects the interests of all doctors. The RCGP is protecting the interests of GPs. It is good that as professionals, we have a body that is focused specifically on us because it knows our needs and knows, what our experience as we sit in surgery, seeing patients, knows what we're going through. And not only that, the college is invested in our well-being, apart from learning and educational courses that you will see on the RCGP website. You will find well-being events, well-being activities that you can participate. Some are online, some are local to your area. I'll duly encourage you that the RCGP website is full of information, so many important bits and pieces of information about your locality, about what's happening nationally and locally that you can key into. There's support, there's career progression. Of course, Onyinye mentioned about how when you CCT, we will come and celebrate you because we think it's important. You've worked very, very hard. Your next 3 years, you're going to be doing the work. And when you finish and qualified, we will come and say, we cheer you on, well done, you've done a good job. So this is part of what the Royal College of General Practitioners, what it stands for. General Medical Council, we've talked about our professional licensor, helps to protect patients, improve medical education and practice, helping to set standards. So for all information around medical and GP registration and licensing, that's the GMC, including your CCT and so on, different routes to being registered, ethics. Of course, you're going to hear from a GMC speaker later on this afternoon. The BMA, the British Medical Association, is the voice for all medical students and doctors, everyone medical student doctor in the UK. It's a representative body, provides support. It's like a trade union, really. It's a body that negotiates on behalf of all UK doctors and medical students. So that's why I said there could be some overlap sometimes because they're also representing, but they cover all doctors and, the college, the RCGP is providing representation for GPs. The RCGP doesn't go ahead to negotiate contracts. Of course, it can represent and say, well, this is how GPs are what we're experiencing. This is the pressure of work that GPs are looking at. There was a lot of advocacy around visa requirements that the RCGP put forward, and continues to put forward even at this time, especially for IMGs. So some of these organizations and their roles can overlap, but these are the things that they're involved in. There were a couple of questions I noticed earlier about indemnity organizations. We have a few indemnity organizations in the country. For example, the MDU, which is the Medical Defense Union, the MDDUS, which is the Medical and Dental Defense Union. If I get it wrong, Azza, please correct me. There's the MPS, which is the Medical Protection Society. These are examples of indemnity, professional indemnity organizations that provide medical insurance cover against negligence, against mistakes or events that happen during the course of our work as doctors, where something might happen, something might go wrong, and then you need that protection. These are mandatory insurance covers that we all need to have as we practice. And I think a lot of conversation has already been made about the role of the indemnity organizations, but we also have somebody who's going to talk to us about indemnity this afternoon. Now, we've also mentioned the statutory education bodies, and by that I'm referring to organizations like NHS England, which is for England. For Northern Ireland, we have the NIMDTA, which is the Northern Ireland Medical and Dental Training Agency. Then we have NES, which is NHS Education for Scotland, just looking at the time. And then we have Health Education and Improvement Wales, which is HEIW. So for the 4 devolved nations, you have different statutory education bodies, and they're basically responsible for developing and delivering healthcare education. In other words, your training, basically. So somebody mentioned something about the deaneries. So it is your statutory education body that you go to for information of your deaneries. They are the ones that oversee your training. The person was saying, oh, I'm confused between deanery and foundation trust. A foundation trust is an organization that covers the provision of services in a particular area. So medical services, the hospital, the GP surgeries in that area, the dentists in that area, the physios and all that. So you will work within a foundation trust, but they're not the ones looking after your training. That's the deanery. I think that's a bit of a distinction that I can make. So we would say the recommendation is to plan and prepare. And I'm so thrilled that many of you are asking these questions ahead of time. A couple of people have asked about shadowing, trying to understand what do I need to do. Really, really important. Plan and prepare if you can. If you can, contact HR or contact whoever that you know when they've sent you your letter saying this is where you're going to work, and say, is there a phone number or an email? Say to them that you'd like to come and visit. And if they can arrange a visit or a phone call with whoever is in charge, take that opportunity to just pop around. I mean, at least you will know the route. You know what it would take to get you from your home to where you're going to work. You know whether it's 1 or 2 buses. You try and figure out, okay, if the bus is late, what is it I'm supposed to do? And the same for the GP practice. Ring ahead. If you know your educational supervisor, you know your practice, ring ahead and, you know, speak to reception, introduce yourself and say, well, Dr. So-and-so is my trainer. Is it possible to have a word with them? And when you speak to them, is it okay for me to just pop around and say hello, just get to know people? They'll be happy that you've been proactive and that you're keen to come in and join the team. So definitely encouraged. Try to be early always. You know, again, plan ahead. Think of your first day commute. I would say that you should already know how to get to your place of work. It shouldn't be that first morning that you're learning that, oh, actually the bus comes at 20 minutes, every 20 minutes past the hour only, and you have now missed the 20 minutes past the hour, and so you have to wait for the next hour. No, that's not the time to learn that information. So think about traffic delays. Bus or trains can get cancelled, so leave a good allowance for plan B. Try and be able to get, if possible, half an hour, 10 minutes early. It makes a good impression, and then it allows you to, you know, calm down, take a breath before you have to start meeting people and getting into your induction. Of course, life happens. If you're running into trouble, if something happens and, you know, you're running late, the first thing to do as soon as you can is to call them. The worst thing is nobody hears from you for the whole day. You might genuinely be in a sticky situation that means you can't get in, but that nobody knows what's going on. That's the worst. If you call and say, wow, this has happened, people will understand. At least they have heard from you, and you say, look, I'll let you know what's going to happen. I'll call you back in an hour, but do not do the silent treatment. Please let people know. Ring reception or your consultant secretary so that people know what's going on. They can revise plans. They can tell the patient, oh, I'm sorry, so and so, can we reschedule? But if they don't know, what do they do? And it's not a good look. So telling them your stock means that they will hopefully understand, provide you with the support that you need. Hospital rotations, good to keep track of your rota, work with your HR department so that they can help to keep track of your work schedules. And when you need to go on leave, you know, try and get to know that information early on. Some of them are quite good at sending out the rota ahead of time so you can plan. Some are not so good, it varies. But if you can ask ahead. If you know you have an important event you need to attend to in the next 2 or 3 months, you know, start to plan annual leave early, study leave, ask about this from your training program director or your educational supervisor. Or if you know your faculty, your GP, your local GP registrar representative, because in each faculty you have a local GP registrar representative. So people like Deepthi and Akram, but on a local level, if that helps. And they can sort of guide you because they're usually, you know, a couple of years into the training and they've sort of been through it and they can guide you. Some of you were asking about courses you need to take, about special interests and so on. They can tell you sort of what is happening, what is current in your area. So really good to work out with them. Maternity leave is also good to see what the BMA says about that. And I'll drop that link as well. I think somebody has responded to that question already. But it's quite useful to have an oversight of what the BMA says about your rights in terms of maternity leave and things related to that. I can't emphasize the benefits of having a mentor. An RCGP mentor or a mentor from social networks or by attending events where you can meet your local faculty. I'm faculty chair, like I explained, introduced myself at the beginning, and in our local area, we organize faculty local events for international medical graduates. The same for Azza as well in her own faculty area. So as you guys are coming in, we want to extend that to you. We organize, it could be an evening to just come and meet us so that we can get to know you. And all right, if you have a problem, you can ask Sylvia, or if you know that you're in Azza's faculty, you know that you can reach out to her to say, I've got a problem, and then we can help to redirect or to signpost you if necessary. It's so important to build those networks. You can, like I said, you can go to the RCGP website once you know where your faculty is or which area you're going to. On the website, you have the different faculties listed. Under every faculty is the email address to the faculty administrator. I know that they religiously man their emails. If you send them an email and say, I'd like to know who my faculty chair is, or I'd like to come to the next faculty meeting, or oh, I'm a new IMG, is there anything happening for IMGs? They will happily redirect you. There are also more and more international medical graduate leads or representatives around different regions, and they are there because we want to provide the support that you need. But we want you to be aware and come out, come for these meetings, look at the emails that you get, come and meet new people, and then you will learn how the system works, where to go to for help and advice, and other bits and pieces that are happening around you. So I think the next slide, if you want to move on to that, please, just gives us a list of useful links. I will also paste that in the chat because I think that would help for people to visit them. I'm not sure if the BMA thing is there already, but I'll pop that in the chat in a moment so that while we're on break, you can have a look at it and then you can copy and paste them. I think they're useful to explore. A lot of them are one from the RCGP, the Career Overseas Doctors Guide, very, very useful tool that you can look at. Some of these things that we've covered, a bit more information you have on there as well. Different faculties and different deaneries provide information for international medical graduates that is a bit, sort of customized towards their specific area, which is fine. So you have the one from Wessex, Yorkshire and Humber, Scotland, Severn Deanery, and so on. So I want to end this session or this part of the session by saying, yes, there is a lot of information. You've taken the first step, or amongst the first steps, coming to a program like this where we expose you to, here is all the information. But we're not just leaving you and saying, oh, go and sit down. We want you to also reach out to us. We want you to use the links that we're sharing with you to answer the questions that you have. And to provide the support that you will need. So as I think at this point, I will break for questions. I think I've run over time, I apologize. So let me break for any questions. If there's anything that you want us to discuss live or just take on the chat.
Thank you, Sylvia. I think we can just crack on by asking, answering the questions in the Q&A function. So there's some are for you. So if we get the indemnity cover letter by post, should we email it to the lead employer? So I believe it's Alice is answering. So or somehow this depends. Would you like to answer the next question, Sylvia, about how we can buy a car with international driving license? Have you come across this?
Okay, so can we buy a car? I don't know. Can we buy a car with an international driving license? I don't believe so. But the best person to answer that question is if you go into the car dealer shop and then ask them, and they'll tell you what you need. I don't think so. But I am not an expert in this area, and I haven't tried to do so in the past. So I don't want to tell you something that is not right, in the first instance.
Sure.
But if you go into a car dealer and say you're interested in purchasing a car, can you do so with an international license? They'll let you know. That's, you can just give them a ring. That's not a tough question to ask, actually.
Thank you, Sylvia. I think it's regarding also the NHS fleet. Is it possible to lease a car from NHS fleet? Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't know about this, as I don't think so. I've not heard of anybody leasing a car from NHS fleet. No, I mean, vehicles from NHS fleet. So I'm not sure the extent. Are we talking about which ones? Ambulances or the vehicles that we use for patient activity? No, so these are not for the purpose of training. You as a trainee are responsible for your own transportation, whether it is public transport or your own vehicle, but not from the NHS fleet outside of work. So for example, out of hours, we will go around to see our patients with the vehicle that belongs to the service or that is part of the NHS fleet. So I would say the answer to that is no. As I don't know if you want to add anything, perhaps there's something you know that I don't.
So basically, as far as I know, each trust has its own guidance and guidelines. So I would rather like to just seek advice as well, and it's ever changing. So you never know if it is possible. You never know. Just ask. I would say, but I haven't heard of anyone who had a car through the NHS fleet. So thank you for that.
Somebody says, I noticed that my rota does not contain my SDT. How do I go about it, please? Oh, Deepthi is responding to that. Okay, let's move on. Sorry.
And can we ask for a kind observer period before I start my training? Absolutely. And that's being proactive, as Sylvia said. Oh, Sylvia, are you answering? By all means, just ask your trust, lead employer trust, as well as your training program director, whether there is any chance. Sometimes it can be due to maybe DBS check that need to be cleared and the application to arrive beforehand on all other various checks. But please, they've got their own guidance and specifications. So just to follow that and just communicate from now. If you wish to even do a week or two, marvelous. That's really important, and important to be proactive, and that will make you feel comfortable and less anxious when you start your job. And is that, would you like to add anything, Sylvia?
No, I think you've covered that quite nicely. I think we can move on. Just conscious that we have about 4 minutes left before break.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's fine. So Deepthi's considering the hospital rotation. So what skills are mandatory for us to learn and expected from us? It's quite broad. Hello. So it's quite, as a GP, so it's quite broad, and this is why you're going to start your training. So I think it will come by stage. If there are some mandatory skills regarding the is it the catheter insertion and Van Flun and phlebotomy service or phlebotomy skills, they are mandatory at the start of your training. There are others as well, but usually the trust will have a checklist during their induction that they would go through. And as Sylvia mentioned, you should ask if there is an enhanced induction for the GPs, IMG GPs, because you may have some difference from other UK graduates that already have done and been signed off already for their mandatory training. The other training that would be throughout your training program through the 3 years of training, if you are training as a full-time trainee. Anything else, Sylvia, that you would like to add?
Nothing to add to that, Azza. So there's the next question. Deepthi is covering that, but the next question says, for people who might resume late, maybe because of a visa issue, what will happen to the training? For example, if resumption is mid or late August, how will we make up for lost time? Thank you. So as I'd say, it's one that I would say you wouldn't lose your training position because of visa issues. I think it's something that you should notify your TPD, your supervisors, let them know what is happening, keep them up to date. They're not going to close because these are situations that are out of your control. But I think it's best that you inform them of the situation that you're going through. I think the fear is that you might lose access to training. That's not true. In terms of making up for lost time, well, you will have to in some way or the other, but there will be support to do that. You have your e-portfolio, for example, and the different activities that you're supposed to mark off that Henry and Onyinye were referring to. You will have different time phases. For example, your first ST1 year, you have a minimum number of things that you're supposed to achieve, a minimum number of activities or observations or different assessments that you're supposed to have. So you will be able to catch up with these things if it's just 1 or 2 or 3 weeks delay. But I can't be specific on this matter. What I want to say is, please don't let that scare you or frighten you. Number 2, please keep people informed of what the situation is, that you haven't received the visa and so on. So don't let it be something that will distress you or hamper the start of your training. As I don't know if you want to add anything.
So thank you. So from my experience, I started 1 month late because I was on maternity and maternity leave. And my TBD had an induction, I assigned an induction for me for half a day to go through. However, I wasn't just arrived to the UK, I've already done medical training beforehand. So it was just a bit of a brush up and going through the portfolio. So it's all, again, it depends on how to address your need and whether you actually just arrived to the UK or not. So we are individuals, we are different, and but please, and then by all means, they made up the loss of time by end of my training. That's not an issue at all. So rest assured about this, but just be clear with your TBD. Anyone know HR email for Merseyside in West Lancashire Trust? I'm afraid I don't know. So try to find it on your own from their trust website.
Yes, the information might be available on
Yeah,
the.
or maybe your education supervisor or TBD, if you've got any contact or email address, they would be able to guide you as well. Please, can I book for NHS enhanced induction for IMG as part of my study leave on loop?
Azza, sorry, when you finish this, I'm just wondering if we should break close 4 and then address the questions when you finish with this one.
Yeah. So thank you. So please, can I book for the NHS enhanced induction for IMGs as part of my study leave on loop? I believe if it is done by the hospital or by your trust, will be okay. I'm not sure whether this is classed as a study leave, whether this is actually work, but because it's part of your work, part of your rota that you need to mandatory to actually attend your induction to be signed off and go through all the checklist that needs to be done in terms of your training and everything else. I'm sorry, we are just rushing at the moment. So I'm just conscious of time, and Sylvia, would you like to wrap up, and we will carry on answering the questions
Yes,
in the Q&A.
Yes, thank you, Azza. So yes, we're going to break for lunch now, guys. I think we're due to be back at, let me not tell a lie. Let me just make sure what time we're due back. Okay, so we're due back at 2:15, 2:15. Please come back a couple of minutes before so that we can get to a prompt start. We're looking at the medico-legal update at that point. We're going to continue to go through these questions even during the break time. So don't worry, your question will be answered. Thank you. Keep posting them in as many as we can. We will address them or we'll signpost you to where you can get the information from. Thank you so much for being such a very engaging audience, everybody. I hope that the first session has been really very useful, and we'll see you back in a short while. Is it 45 minutes? Thank you. So welcome back, everybody. I hope you've all been able to recharge with that quick break. I know the morning was busy, but I think once you've allowed all the information to percolate and cook in your brain for a few days, and then of course rewatch the video when the session clips are sent out to you. Have a look at the different guides. I think it will look a lot less complex, but I'm very confident you will all be fine. So please, please don't panic. There are lots of questions, but get in touch, ask, and we'll try and get through things for you. All right, so we're moving on to an important aspect of the session, a key part of training, both in our work as doctors and GPs in the United Kingdom, and that is the medico-legal session. I'm very pleased to introduce Chris Hall. Chris is from the MDU. The MDU is the Medical Defence Union and is one of a number of professional medical indemnity organizations in the UK. I'll allow him to speak a bit more about it when he starts. But he's the primary care liaison for the Northwest of England. And part of his role is providing educational seminars for GP practices who have the MDU group scheme in place, and also for larger GP specialty groups. So as you listen, please use the Q&A box to send in your questions. We will have about 10-15 minutes, I think, at the end, Chris, to answer the questions, but you're very welcome. Thank you for being with us today, Chris.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Much appreciated. Great to see you all today. So as it says, my name's Chris. I work for the MDU, Medical Defence Union, as liaison manager. First of all, welcome and congratulations on beginning your journey into UK medical practice. It's an exciting time, but I'm sure it can also feel very overwhelming, and I'm sure you've discussed that earlier on in the session today. So what I'm going to do today is just provide a bit of an insight into some of the medico-legal issues that we see our GP members come into contact with. So the types of things that we help our members with. So as a defence organisation, we are a members for members organisation. So we're owned and run by doctors for doctors. And we provide advice and support with things like complaints, patient complaints, GMC investigations, claims of negligence, coroner's inquests, media queries. It tends to be when things, don't go to plan in relation to patient care that members then contact us and get the support and the advice that they need. So we have a team of doctors that actually work for us who you can speak to at any point in the day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, who will be a great source of support for you in your clinical practice. So I'm going to look at some of the kind of common themes that we're seeing today. And at present, in terms of what attracts complaints, and I suppose just helping you to avoid some of the common pitfalls in general practice. And we're also going to cover what NHS indemnity does as well, and what it doesn't do. So what it does cover and what it doesn't cover, and why joining a medical defence organisation, like the MDU, is really vital for your professional support and reputation, and how we've supported doctors, just like you, when they've needed it most. So just some examples of that. So we're really looking to sort of focus on caring for you and helping you while you can focus on caring for patients. So and just to let you know, my colleague Alex, she's in on this meeting as well. So if you do have any queries, if you want to put them in the chat, and Alex will do her best to answer those whilst I'm chatting away, and then we should have some time for some further questions at the end as well. So first of all, this can be quite a scary looking slide. So apologies for that. And I know it's not going to help when you've got to talk from the GMC next as well. But what we're trying to show you with this is that something goes wrong in the practice, and then it can go down a number of avenues, dependent on the nature of the issue and how it's initially handled as well. So if I start from the top there, it can be a civil claim of negligence. So that's where a patient is looking for some kind of financial compensation to put things right with something that they perceive to have gone wrong. Sometimes there can be criminal investigations that we get involved with and help members. So things like gross negligence, manslaughter allegations. It could be an allegation of sexual assault during a routine intimate examination where there wasn't a chaperone present, something like that. Disciplinaries as well, so things like performance assessments, contractual disciplinary procedures as well. And then there's NHS complaints procedures, which I'm going to go into a little bit more detail later on in this. So this is complaints that come into the practice and are dealt with locally at local level, but then can escalate to the Ombudsman as well. GMC investigations. So something that, again, you don't necessarily want to think about, but I've got a little bit on the GMC, just 1 or 2 slides, because I know you'll be hearing a lot more from them later this afternoon. Inquests, so reports to the coroner, attending an inquest as well. Sometimes you might be called upon to do that. So all things that your defence organisation can provide support for you. And I suppose, the point of this is that at that point of the clinical incident that you become aware that something has gone wrong, you've got an opportunity there to get ahead of it and put things right as best as you possibly can, to avoid the issue from escalating to these things. So for instance, a typical scenario is that a complaint comes into the practice from the patient because they're very unhappy about something. The practice at that point has got a really good opportunity to put things right, to provide a really thorough, reasoned response, and to show the patient that they've taken it really seriously. And that should hopefully satisfy the patient, and then it doesn't go any further. If they don't do that and they don't do a very good job of responding to the complaint for whatever reason, that's when sometimes patients can then take that grievance further and potentially complain to the GMC directly, or pursue a negligence claim or something like that. So we would always urge you as members to contact us as early as you possibly can. You don't need to wait for a complaint to come in before you contact your defence organisation. Do contact us at the earliest point, because we can advise you on how to diffuse something at the earliest possible stage. So the next section I'm going to touch on is a little bit on complaints, and also the importance of good communication within general practice with your patients. So on this slide, this is data from NHS England about the most common causes of complaints. So you can see there that clinical treatment is the top, 14%. And then communications and staff attitude, behaviour and values. So that actually represents about a quarter of all the complaints. And I think it's worth focusing on these, because these types of complaints are often the easiest complaints to reflect on and to think about what we might have done to reduce the chances of these things coming up. The data from NHS England, it does also have lots of other categories. So the biggest other category is actually not very helpfully called other. And I think that's because within those complaints, there have been multiple issues or multiple categories where there's been no standout category that they've been able to sort of classify it in. So yeah, a lot of complaints often span, multiple issues. So these ones shown are ones specifically about those issues. So a quarter of the complaints are about poor communication, essentially, and that's actually reflective of the MDU data when we're looking at our complaints data. It's a very similar figure to that 25%. So really worth having a focus, I think, on communication as a means of creating better relationships with your patients and therefore better standard of care, but also avoiding potentially, complaints and other adverse incidents down the line. So just following on from that, really, the ability to communicate is dependent on the relationship that you develop with the patient. I'm hopeful that you will all agree with that statement. And the reason we talk about this is because often, patients come in to see you and they have very, very high expectations or sometimes unrealistic expectations of what they expect you to be able to do for them. And so your job is to try and bring those expectations down to a level that is practical and reasonable. So how do you do that? And that's easier said than done, because if a patient comes in with with an existing, idea of what they want to achieve and what they expect, it's sometimes very difficult. And the way you'll be able to do that more effectively is through this relationship that you actually develop with the patients. So if the patient feels listened to, they will like you. Very, very underrated skill, listening, actually really giving them your full attention and letting them talk through what the issue is. They're going to like you a lot more if they feel they've been given the time to do that. And therefore, if they like you, they're going to be more inclined to trust you. And following on from that, if they trust you, they're going to be much more inclined to comply with your advice and your decision making. So when I talked about bringing those expectations down, or trying to, because what you're trying to do is find a way forward, a compromise. And that is much easier when the patient likes you and they trust you and they comply with your advice and your decision making. So that's what we're trying to sort of get to, really. And then here, most people don't listen with the intent to understand, they listen with the intent to reply. How many people have you spoken to where you've thought they're not actually listening to me, they're just waiting for their turn to respond, their turn to talk. I think, really listening or hearing the patient is so important during consultations. So these are just some top tips, I suppose, for how you can achieve that goal of getting that patient to trust you and comply with your decision making in a more efficient way. So listen, as we've said, acknowledge and show empathy. if they're unhappy about something, or they're upset, or they're frustrated, acknowledge it. I can see that this is upsetting for you, and I'm very sorry that this isn't an experience that you would have wanted. I'm very sorry that this has happened. Brilliant to be able to demonstrate that empathy. Be present with the patient. Give them your full attention. You know, don't be looking over their shoulder, listening into another conversation, or you know, looking at the computer screen the whole time. You know, try and make eye contact and have positive body language, open body language, and listen out for their feelings, as we've said. And then just some phrases that you can use just to reiterate what we've said again, just to show that, demonstrate that empathy. And I think that's really easy, or much easier when you do actually agree with the patient's frustrations. You know, you sort of think, well, actually, I can understand why, you know, they feel quite upset. I would feel similar in their shoes. I think where it gets more difficult is where you feel that what they are upset about is either untrue, or perhaps it's unreasonable in your eyes, or it's very, very trivial. And so that's when it gets more difficult, I suppose, to show that empathy. But I think always think about it from the patient's point of view, that actually the feelings that they are feeling are valid to them, even if the actual complaint isn't, or you don't feel it is. So you've almost got to sort of, you know, treat it in the same degree of seriousness as they are sort of feeling it themselves, really. And then hopefully that will demonstrate that they're feeling heard and validated. And then next up, we're going to think about complaints and actually how they might affect you. And I don't know, you know, some of you may well have had a complaint about some care that you've provided to a patient already in your careers. You know, unfortunately, it's almost inevitable that you're probably going to get a complaint against you at some point in your career. It's a numbers game, isn't it? You know, the sheer number of patients that you're seeing on a daily basis, you know, there's always going to be something that doesn't quite go to plan, or doesn't meet with a patient's expectations. So then it's thinking about, well, how complaints might actually affect you and how you felt, and just maybe have a think about that internally as I'm talking. You know, if you have had a complaint, how did it make you feel? Or how would it make you feel if you did receive a complaint? And, you know, a lot of the emotions and feelings that you will have will be negative ones. And that's completely understandable. You know, so it might be that you actually feel quite angry about receiving a complaint, you know, because you know you've done your absolute best to help this patient, and then they've made a complaint against you. It might be that it causes a loss of confidence. You know, am I good at my job? Am I doing the right thing? You know, someone's complained about the way I've done something, or the decision that I've made. So loss of confidence. It can cause worry, can't it? If you're worried about the outcome of the complaint, or maybe could it escalate any further? It can be irritating and annoying as well, and time consuming. So completely understandable to feel like that initially with complaints, but it's not all negative. And so we've tried to counter that with some positive elements, and perhaps firstly, just quickly have a think about, you know, well, what could be positive about receiving a complaint? Are there any positives? Well, yes, there are. It can sometimes be a relief. You know, if there's been an incident in the practice or wherever you're working, and you're a bit worried about it, and then a complaint comes in, and you think, right, okay, this is an opportunity now for me to deal with this and to resolve it. So that can be a bit of a relief. It can be an opportunity to learn. If something has gone wrong, well, why has it gone wrong? You know, we've investigated it, and we've looked into it, and we can ensure then that it won't happen again. So really good opportunity to learn. It can be quite satisfying as well when you resolve the complaint and the patient then is satisfied as well, and it repairs that relationship with the patient that's perhaps temporarily broken down. And the idea is that, you know, complaints are a good learning opportunity to hopefully improve the overall service to them and to other patients, which then in turn will reduce hopefully the amount of complaints that actually come in. So it's that piece around continuous improvement, isn't it? So I think always try and view complaints in that way. I know that sometimes might be quite difficult, but certainly, yeah, you use them as a positive learning experience. And then when we think about, well, what do patients want when they complain? And it's probably not too far away from what, you know, we all want when we've had to make a complaint about anything, not necessarily just sort of clinical care that we've received. So again, just have a think about, well, what are the motivations around patients raising a concern or making a complaint? What is it that they want? And how do they want to be dealt with? How do they want to be treated by the individual, by the practice? Patients can have an emotional response to what they believe has happened as well. So, you know, I think from our experience at the MDU, you know, this is what patients want. So let's have a look, and then we're going to look at what they don't want as well. So they want an explanation as to what's gone wrong and why. They want to feel listened to, heard. An apology. I'm not sure how people feel about apologizing. And sometimes we do get resistance of, you know, well, why should I apologize when I don't feel I've done anything wrong? And I completely understand that as well. I think I would probably view an apology as more of an expression of empathy to the patient rather than an admission of liability, you know, that something's gone wrong. You know, legally, you're not admitting liability by apologizing. It's fine to apologize and to actually say, look, I understand that this has caused you frustration and I'm very sorry for that. You know, and that can be very powerful in resolving a complaint as well. And of course, yeah, improvements to the service and willingness to right wrong. So then we think about, well, how would we not want our complaint to be dealt with? How would we not want to be treated? And I suppose it's the opposite of the other side there, isn't it? So it's things like denying that it even happened or maybe trivializing it. It's also placing perhaps blame on others or even blaming the patient for the incident and using kind of negative language. You know, the reason you couldn't get an appointment was because you should have phoned up earlier for that appointment, you know, placing the blame on the patient. Also making excuses. So perhaps, you know, not looking for the reasons for why this issue has gone wrong, but just, yeah, making excuses. And then also putting up barriers, you know, making it very difficult for the patient to complain or raise concerns as well. So multiple procedural stages. So those are the things that you really want to avoid when dealing with complaints and patients that are unhappy. Next bit is just a little bit about the complaints process as well. So I just thought it'd be useful to give you an overview of the NHS complaints process and the differences between written complaints and verbal complaints there as well. So if we just look at the verbal complaints on the right-hand side there, you've actually got a great opportunity with verbal complaints to try and resolve those quickly without them needing to go through the NHS complaints procedure where an acknowledgement needs to be sent within 3 days and then a full investigation and a response and all of those things. So if the patient is happy with the way it's been dealt with within 24-hour period, then that can be marked as resolved and doesn't need to go through that process. However, if it can't be resolved for whatever reason, might be something more complex that needs looking at by one of the clinicians, for instance, then it would just go back through that written procedure. So the period that a patient has to make a complaint is 12 months for NHS complaints. So that's the limitation period is a year. So if it falls outside of that, then you wouldn't normally consider it. Again, I think it's probably worth taking a view on it if it's maybe 13 or 14 months and it's something quite serious and there's a reason why the patient hasn't been able to raise it before then I think, you know, it's something that you might want to consider dealing with, but you can get advice on that. Just a little bit of further information in terms of negligence claims. So the period that a patient has to make a claim of negligence is different. It's 3 years from the date of the incident or the date that they've become aware that something has gone wrong. So the reason I mention that is because we're going to talk about good record keeping a little bit later on in the of records. And
Sorry,
having
I'm so
to
sorry to cut in, Chris. We lost you a little bit. I'm so sorry to cut in. We lost you a little bit. There was a bit of a back and I think a bit of a crackle. Would you mind just repeating the last sentence?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So I was just talking about the 3-year period for people to make a negligence claim. So it's 3 years rather than 12 months. And that's really important just when we're thinking about keeping good records and things like that, because sometimes a claim can come in, several years after the incident. So you've got the records to actually then rely upon, because you're probably not going to remember what was discussed or agreed during that sort of course of treatment. So the practice or the individual has 3 days to acknowledge the complaint, and then they have to investigate and provide a response. If the patient is happy, then that's great, it's resolved. If not, they can go to the second and final stage of the procedure, which is the Health Services Ombudsman. And they're an independent review body of the NHS. They will review the complaint and look at how it's been handled by the individual in the practice, and either uphold it or not uphold it. So that's just an overview of the complaints process. Just a little bit on the GMC, and I've just brought this out just because I think it's a really powerful bit of information around what we see with members that go to GMC hearings or are involved in the GMC fitness to practice process, which is an extremely stressful experience for all involved. But it's very much that. So the GMC itself did a study. This was a few years ago, but I think the figures are probably similar nowadays as well. So out of 147 cases that actually went to a hearing, so which is the sort of final stage of the GMC process, those that showed insight, only 5% were erased, whereas those that didn't show any insight, over half were erased. And what I mean by insight is when a clinical incident happens, something goes wrong, it's recognizing that it's gone wrong and recognizing why it's gone wrong and reflecting on that. And I think you had some information earlier, didn't you, about reflective notes and reflective practice and all of that kind of stuff. That all links into this, that because the GMC is forward looking. So that means that the GMC is looking at your current fitness to practice, not your fitness to practice at the time of the incident. So anything that you can do from that point of the incident to show that you've shown insight, that you've learned from it. Have you tried to improve your skills in a certain area because of that incident as well? All of those things are fantastically useful to be able to say to the GMC, look, I recognise that something went wrong, but this is what I've done to put things right and to learn from it to ensure it doesn't happen again. And that, can be really powerful and help to diffuse these sorts of situations and bring about a conclusion to GMC proceedings at the earliest stage possible, which is obviously what everybody wants. So just thought I'd mention that. So just a little bit, as I mentioned, I was going to talk a little bit about good record keeping and the importance of keeping good records. So I think, fairly obvious, but the primary reason for record keeping is to provide a clear and accurate picture of care of the treatments, isn't it? It's also a memory aid, so you can remember what you discussed and agreed with a patient that you previously saw. It's also the main form of written communication within the practice. So for continuity of care, ideally, if you can see a patient today, you'll be able to see exactly what was discussed and agreed in the previous consultations with colleagues. With my MDU hat on, they are also incredibly important for medico-legal protection as well. So a lot of the defence of cases is based on the records. And the GMC will often request to see the records, the Ombudsman, if they get involved, and solicitors as well will want to see records if they're pursuing a claim on behalf of a patient. So the more information you can put in the records, the more comprehensive they are, I would say that the better, really. And when we think about, well, what are records? We tend to perhaps just think about the computer record, don't we, as being the record, but actually it's all of this information as well, isn't it? It's it's things that make up a sort of a witness account of patient care, essentially. So things like, recorded telephone calls and consultations, they make up part of the record, don't they? Things like images of patients, if it's been a remote consultation, any sort of handwritten notes. So all of these things are really important. And I think it's worth thinking about these pieces of information as being an asset, an information asset, because an asset is something that's valuable, it's worth something. And if you think about it as being valuable, you're much more likely to look after that information and be acutely aware of who you're sharing that information with and how you're using that information, because breaches of confidentiality and complaints around that are still fairly common. From the MDU's experience, we still see quite a lot, and they're usually inadvertent breaches, but it is things around confidential information being shared with people that shouldn't be receiving that information. So just think about all of that information that you are recording and how it's used and how it's shared. And then in terms of just some tips for what we shouldn't do in records. So don't try to hide errors and don't try to disguise additions to notes. So that's not to say that you can't make an addition to a note. You might wake up in the middle of the night and think, oh, I didn't write down something about this patient during this consultation. I need to go back into practice in the morning and I'll write it there. That's absolutely fine, but don't try and make it look like you did it at the time. Be completely transparent and open about the fact that you're adding it in retrospect. Because what we don't want is for it to be misinterpreted as being dishonest, and being made to look like you were trying to do something that you didn't do. So that's all we're sort of all we're trying to get at with that. Of course, don't include anything offensive, personal, or humorous, however tempting it may be, about a patient. With subject access requests, patients have rights to request their notes, their information that you hold about them, and also now with online access being switched on, mainly across the country, patients can access information very easily now, digitally through the NHS app. So you don't want to write anything in there that the patient would find offensive or humorous potentially. And of course, keep it professional and factual as well. So don't disparage any sort of colleagues or other departments if at all possible. And then just following on from that, I just wanted to bring up the GDPR regulations, which came in 2018 as an update to the Data Protection Act. And the GDPR set down 8 essential rights for individuals. And this is rights in terms of how our data is stored by any organisation. So not just healthcare providers, but any organisation that stores data about us. We have these following rights around how our data is used and how it's stored and how it's processed. And there's a couple of these rights which I think are particularly important in healthcare data, which are the bottom 2 here. So the right of rectification and the right of erasure. So the right of rectification essentially gives a patient or anyone the right to correct data if they feel it's inaccurate or incomplete. So they can contact an organisation and say, the data that you hold about me is incorrect and I want you to correct it. And then this right of erasure is also, is similar in that I want you to delete data that you hold about me. So I'm sure you're all thinking ahead and thinking, well, gosh, if this is a right of every person, what, and then they see something in their notes that they don't like or don't agree with, do they then have this right to request that information is changed or deleted? So we're going to have a quick look at a scenario based on that, based on an advice line call that we've received at the MDU, and sort of have a think about how we can sort of deal with that. And then these are just the other 4 rights, which are around, obviously, kind of requesting to stop processing data any further, right to portability, so moving data across different services. So from a healthcare perspective, that's useful, isn't it, for sort of maybe, you know, between primary and secondary care, for instance, and objecting to processing as well. So let's go into now the scenario that I mentioned earlier. So I just want you to have a read of this. So I'm going to shut up for a minute. I want you to have a read of it and then just have a think about, you know, how would you approach this scenario if this was presented to you? Okay, so hopefully everyone's had a read of this and maybe starting to have a think about how they would perhaps want to deal with this scenario. And I think it's probably also good to think about, well, why is the patient wanting that information to be removed from the record? What are the motivations? And, you know, my best guess is that the patient's read it, and it might be that they are potentially applying for a certain job that requires a clean sort of medical history, maybe something like an airline pilot or armed forces, for instance. It could be that it's an insurance issue. It could be that they're applying for a gun license or something like that. So there's lots of different reasons, I think, why the patient perhaps might want this information to be removed, or it might just be that they've looked at it and just disagree with it. Simple as that. So I suppose the question is, you know, well, would you be happy to change it? Would you be happy to delete that entry? Hopefully, the overwhelming response would be that you wouldn't remove that entry or delete that entry. And the guidance around this I will bring up now. So records should only be changed in exceptional circumstances, such as that the entry has been made in the wrong patient's notes, as an example. And those rights of rectification and deletion, which I mentioned, they do not apply to clinical opinion documented in records. So that is one of the sort of caveats, one of the get out clauses is when it's related to healthcare data, you have the right to actually refuse those requests, because, you know, potentially it could be very harmful to themselves or to others by removing certain information in records. As a compromise, it might be that you could offer to add a note to the record to indicate that the patient disagrees with what you've written previously. Perhaps you could offer a follow-up appointment to assess them currently, something like that, as a compromise. But essentially, you can't know what a patient's told you, can you? So you acted in good faith at the time, you recorded the consultation, you know, you can't pretend that that didn't happen. So that's why it's important for the record to remain unchanged. Okay, so that's the sort of, you know, the type of query that we might receive in, you know, at the MDU on our advice line, amongst many other queries. So that's just a little bit on records. The next thing I just wanted to touch upon as well is social media, just quickly, because we've seen an increase in queries about social media situations. And my colleague Alex is going to put a link on the chat as well. We've done an article on the MDU website about dealing with online criticism from you know, from patients. So hopefully you'll find that useful. And I think one of the things to think about with social media is that we need it actually extends in the eyes of the GMC. It's not just, you know, your Facebooks and your Instagrams and all of that sort of stuff. It's also private messaging services. So services like WhatsApp, for instance, are considered in the eyes of the GMC to be social media. So even in private WhatsApp groups, it comes under the same sort of jurisdiction as social media. So you've got to act in line with the GMC's expectations within all those sort of private messaging groups as well. And I think also just widening it out a little bit more, it could be things like, other online activity like selling items on an online marketplace, leaving feedback online for things. So, your activity online will be scrutinized and held to a higher standard in the eyes of the GMC. So I think it's always worth considering what information you're putting out there and what you're sharing as well. And social media is constantly evolving, isn't it? But these are sort of some of the common pitfalls that we see. So things like negative feedback online, things like Google reviews, Facebook, where individuals are being named or practices are being given negative feedback, unwanted direct messaging from patients as well. So it might be that the doctor's details have been looked up online by a patient, and they've contacted them through, say, WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger or a text message, for instance. Also, some of these closed groups, and sometimes with these closed groups, there's an assumption that this is a safe space, and it should be a safe space, but then sometimes, people share things that are perhaps unacceptable as well. So groups like Resilient GP, for instance, private WhatsApp groups, as I said. And there has been an increase in complaints to the GMC about issues around things like anti-Semitism and Islamophobia as well. So that is an increasing issue that the GMC have reported seeing through social media and private messaging groups. So let's have a quick look at a scenario now and just have a quick read of this one. Okay, so similar to what we've talked about, really, where someone has received a direct message with quite a serious accusation. So when they contacted ourselves for advice, and I suppose, while this case, it overlaps with more general criticism on social media, I think the fact that the feedback is sent personally to the doctor via a private message, and also it involves really serious allegations, that raises some additional challenges, doesn't it? So, I think in addition to advising that the GP should update us promptly should there be any police contacts as threatened, these are some of the the steps that they recommended as well. So to not respond to the message in any way, and actually to pass it through to the practice for them to investigate and respond to as a complaint. I think also take screenshots before blocking the sender. Make the practice aware, as said, so that it can be investigated. And I think, acknowledge the issue and explain. And it also would be worth explaining that the route that they chose was, inappropriate, and that they had been blocked from messaging further. So that then, I think, means that there's no expectations that any kind of that they would, receive any direct response to any other messages that they might want to send. And, the member themselves, the individual, they should contribute to the complaint or the investigation as necessary, as they normally would. The practice would also want to consider whether a separate warning letter would be appropriate to send to the patient to say, that the way that they've raised that issue is not acceptable. That would be for the practice to decide. And I think also think about your privacy settings on social media. What information is out there that's attainable for people who aren't on your friend list, to actually access, or can they just message you directly? Or is there any sort of safeguards you can put in place whereby people can't do that? So I think always worth checking your privacy settings as well. So I hope that was helpful, and the article that we've posted in the chat just for some further information. I now just wanted to just give you a bit more information about sort of indemnity itself and the differences between NHS indemnity and also having professional indemnity through a defence organisation. So NHS indemnity is purely for negligence claims from NHS work. So that's what you would go to them for assistance with. For anything else, you would go through a defence organisation like ourselves. So for things like GMC investigations, criminal matters, disciplinaries, inquests, all that kind of stuff, and that 24-hour a day, 7-day a week medico-legal advice, that is what you would contact your defence organisation for. And also, you will do an amount of private work within your practice. So things like fee-paying services like insurance reports, medicals, that is not considered to be NHS work either. So your defence organisation will indemnify you for that private work for any claims arising out of that work as well. So that's why it's really critical for you to have membership of a defence organisation. So just a summary really of the sorts of benefits that you can get, from the MDU. We can help you with your career. We have a peer support group network as well. So we have members who have been through cases like the GMC and claims and things like that who are on hand to support you throughout the process as well. And I suppose, the typical situation would be that you start your first post and then unfortunately you receive a complaint, and that complaint escalates, triggers a GMC investigation, and then hopefully you can get some really good support and advice, and then that case gets closed at the earliest opportunity. And then you breathe a big sigh of relief and you get on with your life. That's what we're looking for. And also just to mention, because you are all GP trainees, excuse me, is that the MDU actually offers free educational affiliate membership whilst you're training. So for the 3 years that you're training, you can join the MDU for free. You'll have a deanery arranged indemnity provider already. This doesn't interfere with that in any way. And what this gives you is, I don't know if many of you are familiar, but Red Whale, the really well-respected training company, provides you with lots of really useful benefits, which I'll show you here. So you get access to a product called Red Whale Knowledge, which is fantastic for consultation support, but also for helping you with passing exams. There's also the AKT Topics Digital Handbook, which is really useful for the AKT. And then there's lots of access to webinars, e-learning courses as well, and access to the MDU's educational resources. So the QR code is there for you to scan. You just need to pop some details in and you can join for absolutely, for free. No money required. And Alex is also going to put a link if anyone is on a mobile phone and can't scan it. There's a link in the chat as well to go straight through to the same page where you can join. So just to mention that, and so that's it from me. So I don't know if there is any questions. Thank you very much for listening and for inviting me along today. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you so much, Chris. That was amazing, really informative. I didn't want to cut in because I think we're just delivering nuggets. So thank you. Well, we're really pressed for time. We're supposed to start the very next session now. But I just wanted to emphasize some of the points that you made, because across the questions that we've had, people have been concerned about starting new postings in areas that they haven't had much experiences recently in. So it's a bit of anxiety. And I'm glad you covered consultation tips and just mentioning listening, acknowledging patients, and showing empathy as key things that are really important in getting consultation right. Yes, the managing clinically is important, but also that interaction. And you mentioned documentation, document, and the ins and outs about documenting. I'm going to beg Azza for just 1 minute, please, because I need Chris to address this for us. It was answered earlier by Deepthi, but I thought, with his medico-legal bent, he might provide some guidance about somebody posted about reflections and whether they are a legal record. I think that's the way they put it. I might be right or wrong. What would you say to that, Chris? Obviously, as trainees, where people are putting reflections into the e-portfolio and provide, we have had a session in the morning telling us that we have to do reflections, and it's supposed to be a truthful account of your introspection or experience around the particular event. But we do know that reflections were part of the issues with Dr. Bawagaba Ahmed all those years ago when the issue came up. What should our trainees know about reflections, just to buttress what our GP registrar coach said earlier? Thank you.
Yeah, I understand the reticence there around, sort of being open and honest about when something goes wrong and can it actually be detrimental to you later down the line. I think with the case of Bawa-Garba, your GMC speaker might be able to clear that up a little bit more. But from my knowledge of it, I think that was greatly overplayed, the role of those reflective notes within that case, and actually they weren't acted as detrimental in that particular case. So our advice is always to encourage people to be, to make those reflective notes, because that is part of showing insight and showing learning, and that can only be a positive thing, in those sorts of cases. So yeah,
fantastic. Yeah, thank you. Marvelous. Thank you so much, Chris. We really appreciate the information. Thank you to Alexandra for capturing all the questions. I'm just going to pass over to Azza now to take us to the next session. Chris, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to put my my email address in the chat as well. So if anyone does have any queries that they want to follow up with, just feel free to send me an email. But thanks very much, and hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yes, loud and clear. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So we're back again now with our final session. We're delighted to invite Samantha Watson from the GMC, speaking about the GMC Fitness to Practice and Ethics. It's going to be a very invaluable, useful session for all of us. I believe she's going to be joined as well by two of her colleagues, Kirsten Bird and Kelly Tolley. So welcome to both of you as well. I'm going to say a bit about Samantha first, and then before she moves on. Sorry, we are about 3 minutes behind schedule, but never mind. We will listen to all your tips and learn from you. So Samantha Watson is a regional liaison officer for the GMC, covering Northwest England. This role involves working with trusts, medical schools and other stakeholders to promote the work of the GMC, facilitating sessions with doctors and students which focus on matters relating to standards. Samantha has worked at the GMC for 9 years, previously working as an assistant registrar and team leader in the registrations director. So welcome, Samantha, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Azza. Right, hopefully, can you see that okay? Is that coming up for you okay?
Yes, indeed.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for that really comprehensive and warm introduction, Azza. So as mentioned, I have a couple of colleagues on the call with me, Kirsten and Kelly, who are going to be helping me with the Q&A. So if you have any questions throughout the session related to what I'm talking about, or just something that you have on your mind about the GMC, please put it in the Q&A box and we will all work together to answer your questions. And I am going to allocate 10 minutes at the end of my session. I won't go over time. I'll try and close some time back to make sure that the schedule is running properly to answer some of your questions that you may have. So I don't really need to tell you who I am, because Azza gave me such a nice introduction. But yes, I'm the Regional Liaison Advisor for the Northwest of England. So if any of you are posted in your rotations in any trusts throughout the Northwest, and I actually cover some of Cheshire and Merseyside as well, it could be that you might see me at some point during your training. So I would love to see you in person if possible. I've just lost my slides. There we go. So what I'm going to cover today is an introduction to the GMC, tell you a bit about us as an organisation. You will have some things on your mind already that you know the GMC for, that Chris has touched upon in his session. So I am going to go into quite some depth actually about the fitness to practice processes, and hopefully dispel any myths or misconceptions that you might have, or fears. There's often a lot of fears around that process. And hopefully you'll come out of this with a much better understanding of the GMC as an organisation as a whole, and our different statutory roles and the different duties that we have outside of fitness to practice, but also a much better understanding of that process and the sort of statistics around that, which will hopefully leave you feeling a bit better. So you know who I am. The fact that I've worked in the GMC's registration directorate before being in this role means that I have a really in-depth understanding of what you as international graduate doctors went through to get registered with the GMC, and it's no mean feat. So congratulations for getting that far and then getting onto your GP training. You've overcome a lot of barriers and hurdles to get here, and I know that each step of that process comes with its own challenges and its own stresses, because I saw it firsthand, and I supported doctors when I was in that role. So then I've moved into GMC's outreach team. So outreach, we cover the whole of the UK. As I said, I'm the regional liaison advisor for the Northwest, so I'm part of GMC North, but we have liaison advisors in each of Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales. We have 2 liaison advisors in each of those countries, and then England is split into the regions, as you can see there. Actually, my colleague Kirsten, who's helping with the Q&A, is one of our liaison advisors from Scotland, in fact. So if any of you are going to be up there, you may meet her at some point. So we come out and we speak to doctors and medical students and provide these supportive teaching interventions to understand more about, to help you understand more about the GMC, but for us to understand more about what's happening in your trusts and on the ground, so that we can inform policy and understand what is happening for you and what sort of pressures you're under, and what sort of, if something particularly good is happening, that's always a positive. So it's our link directly with medical students and doctors in the outreach team, which makes us quite unique. So what I'm hoping for you to come away from today with is an improved understanding and knowledge of the GMC as an organisation and our functions, learning more about how we deal with concerns and complaints that come to us about doctors, where they come from, the likelihood of those moving through our processes, and if something were to happen, what support and resources are available to you. And even if not around things happening, just support and resources that are available to you right now that you might find useful in your journey to becoming a GP. So if we go back to the basics about who the GMC are, what we are as an organisation, obviously you will know we are the regulator. You need to be registered with a licence to practice with us to work as a doctor in the UK. As you can see on this map, we are based across the whole of the UK. We have offices in Edinburgh, Belfast, Cardiff. We have a couple of offices in Manchester, and our head office is based in London. We were created actually in 1858. If I was in the room with you, I would ask people to guess, but there's a few too many of you here today for the guesses to come in. But it was actually much, much earlier than most doctors realise that the GMC was first created. And we were created by doctors, in fact, to create a structure in medicine, to create a register so that members of the public could understand who had actually qualified as a doctor from an accredited medical school, and who was essentially, just pretending to be a doctor and a quack, as the phrase used to be. So our operations are underpinned by the Medical Act of 1983, where we have a statutory duty to protect, promote and maintain the health, safety and well-being of the public by ensuring proper standards in the practice of medicine. So it's quite a broad term, and I'm going to go into detail about how we do that and how we try and meet that objective of protecting the public and patients. So the first one is education. Now, this is probably the least known sort of area of our operations, but the GMC has a statutory obligation to quality assure medical education and training in the UK. That's undergraduate training. So for medical students who go to a medical school in the UK, we quality assure their training there, and postgraduate training. So that's from the foundation program through to postgraduate specialty training, such as what you're embarking on now. So we set those standards. We monitor and inspect the medical schools and the postgraduate training environments to make sure that the education and training program that you're going through will prepare you to deliver good, safe patient care across the UK. So when you get asked to do things like fill in the national training survey, please do. That's a really, really crucial opportunity for you to use your voice to tell us, you know, what possibly might need to be improved about your training, and we can come in and support and ensure that you are getting the best experience that you can get. Next is registrations. Obviously, you all know about this because you've all been through that process. Many of you will have sat the PLAB exams and actually been to one of our offices in Manchester, in Spinningfields, where we run PLAB 2. So that's all in service of getting doctors onto the medical register, the list of registered medical practitioners. So that's the list of doctors who are qualified to work in the UK and have gone through that registration process and had their registration approved by us. As of today, our data shows that there are 405,000 doctors on that register, and about 70,000 of those doctors currently don't hold a license to practice. So some doctors choose to be on the register but rescind their license for many reasons. Some doctors retire and, you know, give up their license to practice because they're no longer practicing, but they'd like to maintain their status on the register because it's a, you know, a point of pride for them. Some doctors decide to go and work abroad or take a career break. So if you give up your license to practice, that means that you pay a reduced annual retention fee and you are not subject to revalidation, which is the next point that I'm going to come to. We introduced the process of revalidation back in 2012. So the point of revalidation is to ensure that doctors are continuing to meet the professional standards that we set throughout their careers. You know, you don't just get registered and get your license to practice and then are set free to practice without any sort of checks and balances from that point. So there's a common misconception that the GMC are involved in the appraisal process for doctors. So annual appraisals that you will go through with a colleague, a senior colleague, who will ask you and ask for evidence to show that you have been engaging in CPD and CME, audits, looking at patient feedback, colleague feedback, reflecting on incidents and things like that you would discuss in your appraisal. The GMC has nothing to do with that process. However, when a doctor engages in their appraisal, that is documented, and then that helps the responsible officer for the trust that they're working for, the designated body or whoever it might be, to inform the GMC that this doctor has engaged and that they are recommended to revalidate. And when you revalidate every 5 years, you keep your license to practice. If you have any questions about that, that's a good one to put into the chat, and my colleagues can provide the link to the revalidation page on the GMC's website. But while you're going through formal training, while you're in your GP training, you don't really need to worry about this. It's after you graduate that qualify that it'll be more relevant to you. And finally, of course, the elephant in the room, the thing that most doctors think of when they think of the GMC is fitness to practice. As I've already said, our primary aim as an organisation is to ensure patient safety. So this is why this is one of the areas that we're most associated with. We are legally bound under the Medical Act to ensure that doctors are fit to practice medicine and to investigate any concerns that are raised to us that are potentially about a doctor's fitness to practice. But how likely is it that that's going to happen to you or happen to any doctor? We'll go into that, and I'm going to go into some quite some specific detail on that. So the final piece of the jigsaw puzzle that we're missing in the middle here is actually the standards that are set. So we set the standards for doctors to meet to join the register. We set the standards that are expected for your education as a doctor, and we check that those standards are being met, the standards that you have to meet throughout your career to be able to revalidate or to be considered fit to practice. So the way that we set those standards is through documents such as Good Medical Practice, which I hope you have all heard of, and I hope you've all read, because when you register with the GMC, you actually tick a box to say that you've read it. So I'm sure you all have, but if you need a refresher on it, it's very, very easy to find on our website. So Good Medical Practice is the core piece of standards guidance that sets out the standards of care and professional behaviour, which is a very important point, expected of all of the doctors who are registered with us, and physicians associates and anaesthesia associates. It now applies to the other professional groups that we regulate as well. it is not a tick box exercise. It's not a rule book. Those of you who are more familiar with it will know that it's a framework, it's a guide so that you can apply the principles in different ethical situations that you might come across, or the way that you work with your colleagues, things like that. The current version of Good Medical Practice is relatively new. It actually only came into effect on the 30th of January 2024. So it's very, very recent, and incorporates a lot more themes than the previous version, which was from 2013. A lot more themes around relationships with colleagues and team working, tackling discrimination and making sure that your working environment is a positive, compassionate, supportive, respectful one. So it's not just about how you interact and deal and treat your patients, it's also how you are as a doctor, as a role model in that multidisciplinary team as well. So it's really crucial that you give that a read if you haven't already. So how does this relate to fitness to practice? How does good medical practice link in with GMC investigations of doctors? It's not a fitness to practice document, but we have added in at the beginning of good medical practice an explanatory statement to give more of an explanation as to what the link is between the standards that are set and that fitness to practice process. And it's really important, if we look at that orange box there, the professional standards, so the good medical practice and the other standards documents that we publish for doctors describe what it means to be a good doctor. If you met every single tenet in each of those standards documents throughout your career and throughout your life, it's, you know, not just while you're at work, you know, professional behavior standards are expected of you as a doctor all the time. If you depart from any of those standards, any of those expectations there, not all of those departures are considered serious. There's several different factors that go into whether we would consider something to be particularly serious or not. And as Chris mentioned in his session previous to mine, what we're looking at is whether the doctor who has had a concern raised against them poses a current or ongoing risk to one or more of the three parts of public protection. So that is around ensuring patient safety and maintaining proper standards of behavior in medicine. And public confidence in the profession as well. So public and patient confidence in the profession overall. One doctor could do something that is so egregious that that could damage the public as a whole's perception of doctors and of that profession. So that's something that is, you know, potentially taken into account. So when we think about that, the final box, the blue box, when we're assessing the risk, I think the first thing we consider is how serious the concern is. So how far of a departure is it from the particular standard that we're looking at? Is it repeated persistent behavior, or is it a one-off and this person's had a previously unblemished career? Is there some power imbalance or abuse of power that's gone into it? Is it something that they've been warned about before and then they've gone and done again? What context is relevant there? You know, what's something going on in the doctor's personal life that might have, you know, is there a health issue that might be going on that might have contributed to what happened? Are there any systemic factors in the workplace environment which meant that they were more likely to come into, you know, whatever the issue was? And then finally, how have they responded to it? And Chris touched on this really, really well, I think, when talking about insight and remediation and remorse. A doctor's insight into whatever it is that's happened is really, really crucial. If they don't engage, that's usually a bad sign, because it means that they can't demonstrate any sort of insight and understanding about why, you know, why they did what they did, or why what happened, and why that didn't meet the standards that we'd expect. So this all sounds very serious, I know. So let's get into the actual detail of it and how we deal with concerns and complaints. And the first thing I think is really crucial to explain is the difference between the General Medical Council, the GMC, who you are all registered and licensed with, and the Medical Practitioners Tribunal Service. I don't know if some of you may already know the difference between the two. Some of you may never have heard of MPTS before today. That is absolutely fine. So to clarify, the GMC are the body who investigate concerns against doctors. And if we decide that something warrants moving through our processes and needs to be adjudicated, that is where the MPTS comes in. So once an investigation is finished and a decision has been made, and sometimes that decision is to take a case to a tribunal, that's where the MPTS comes in. The tribunals are either held in person, and that's again in Manchester, but in a completely separate office to where you may have been if you've sat PLAB. MPTS have their own operation. They are operationally separate from the GMC. It used to be that the GMC did everything. You know, they were judge and jury essentially in these cases. And the MPTS was created to create that operational separation and more impartiality in how these decisions were made. So the MPTS panel are made up of 3 members. One, the chairperson is legally qualified, and then there will always be a doctor on the panel and a layperson on the panel. So somebody representing the profession, somebody representing lay people, and then the chair obviously running the proceedings because of their legal qualification. And they hear both sides, so they hear the GMC side and the doctor's side, and then the panel decide on whether they consider the doctor's fitness to practice to currently be impaired, and then if they believe that a sanction is necessary, we'll look into what those sanctions can be slightly later on. But let's roll it back right to the very beginning of this process and think about the complaints and concerns that come into the GMC about doctors. Now, I have a graph here which at first might look a bit busy. I have a different version of it that has percentages next. If your brain works better with percentages, we'll look at that one shortly. But this is the figures, the last full figures that we have for 2023. So these are the figures for the number of complaints that have come into the GMC about doctors since 2012. Now, just to be clear, we obviously have no control whatsoever over who or how many people decide to refer a doctor to us. So in terms of these numbers, we don't really have much influence over that, aside from trying to educate people on what we are here for and what we are not here for, and what is appropriate and what isn't appropriate to send to the GMC. But you can see that big blue bar in the middle represents the number of complaints that came into us that were immediately closed at triage stage. And you can see that the proportion has really increased over the last 10 or so years of that. And conversely, the proportion of cases that have gone through to a full GMC investigation have significantly decreased. Part of that is because you can see at the bottom, the little magenta bar represents the GMC's provisional inquiries process. So that was piloted back in 2014, as you can see. And provisional inquiries process was basically designed to take cases where on the surface, it sounds like it could be very serious and it could be something worthy of a full investigation. However, if we just request 1 or 2 pieces of clarifying information or evidence, it can clear up what the issue actually is. And 80% of the cases that go through that provisional inquiry process get closed, which is much, much quicker, and obviously therefore reduces the amount of stress on the doctor. So that was really successful, and obviously that's continued, and you can see that there's a roughly between 400 and 500 cases every year that get closed through that process. And then right up at the top, the amber bar, are cases where it looks like there's something there, there's something maybe to look at, but it doesn't meet the threshold for the GMC to run an investigation. So we would tell the doctor's employer, we would inform them of what the issue is, because it's something that's more suitable to be dealt with locally, maybe with some some supervision, some retraining, or like a local process instead of a regulatory one. So just to look at these again, but in percentages. So if that's how your brain works, then this might be better for you. So you can see that in 2023, we actually had quite a big uptick in the number of complaints that came into us about doctors in 23. We're not 100% sure why that's the case yet. But like I say, we don't really have much control over it. You know, there was a dip down in 2020 because obvious reasons, because of the pandemic and the way that people were accessing their healthcare. But like I said, what's important to note is that the proportion of cases that we actually take through to investigation is lower than it ever was, at fewer than 10% of those cases. And just to be clear, for the doctors who fall within that 82%, so the cases that we close immediately at triage, we don't get in touch with them. You won't hear from us. You won't know about it. You're obviously entitled to know if you want to know. So if you want to submit a subject access request and say, has anyone tried to complain about me? Is there anything, you know, anything there? We would of course share that with you. But in terms of the numbers, as you can see, it would be a huge administrative task, first of all, to inform every single one of those doctors. But more importantly than that, we try and reduce wherever possible the number of communication touch points that we have with doctors outside of the normal things like our newsletters and things like that, and reminders to pay your annual retention fee and things like that, because we know that any sort of unexpected communication from the GMC can be really stressful for doctors. So we avoid that wherever possible. But like I say, if there's a reason that you need to know or you want to know, you can absolutely ask us and we would tell you. So if we focus in on just the numbers for 2023, that 8,617 complaints that came into us in total in that year, I'm wondering whether you have in your mind how many of those complaints might have come from members of the public. Like maybe just put a figure in your mind now, maybe a percentage or something like that, and I'm going to show you. So this is it. The vast majority of complaints that come to us about doctors come from members of the public. You can see 76% of those concerns in 2023 were from members of the public. And the other areas are much smaller in comparison. Now, I'm going to give you a second to have a look at the other areas. You can see the next most common is other doctors. So doctors referring their colleagues, basically. I'm going to show you next, on the next slide, the proportion of these categories that actually go into full investigations. What I would say about concerns from the public and concerns from other doctors is that you're about to see how unlikely it is that they go anywhere. But with concerns about other doctors, if this was a vexatious complaint, as in somebody trying to get a colleague into trouble because they've had a falling out or they have some interpersonal issue, we have safeguards to check whether that is the case. You know, it is not just because a complaint is coming from a doctor does not mean that it is going to be taken on face value. That we are completely aware of the fact that the GMC can be sometimes attempted to be weaponized against doctors. So that's always considered and always considered very carefully. And if a doctor has made a completely baseless, vexatious complaint about a colleague to the GMC, they are putting themselves at risk of investigation because of probity issues there. So it's not something that you should ever take, you know, ever be particularly worried about or take lightly, because we do consider all of the different possibilities. I also tend to get a lot of questions in sessions where we talk about these statistics around doctor self-referral. Some doctors, you know, say, under what circumstances would anybody ever refer themselves to the GMC? And as you can see, it's relatively common. In 2023, we had 548 doctors. So the most common reason is actually because of a health issue. It's unfortunately relatively, doctors are quite overrepresented in terms of illnesses like depression and anxiety, and often can turn to self-medicating and might have comorbid addiction issues that go along with that. So alcohol or drug addictions. Obviously having easy access to substances as well can exacerbate the situation. But if a doctor refers themselves to the GMC because they are struggling with their health, that is showing incredible amount of insight off the bat, and them showing that they understand what the limitations of their health are and that they recognize that they need to get help and support. So we have a completely separate team that work with those doctors and work to make sure that they're getting the treatment and the support that they need. And if they recognize that their health is affecting their ability to work, then there's no patient safety concern there. We're going to see some figures later on that show cases where we do have to investigate a doctor's health, and that is where they don't recognize that they are unwell and that they maybe need to take some time to get better and engage in treatment. Other reasons why doctors may self-refer is, if they have had any police action taken against them, or maybe something has happened while they've been abroad that they need to let us know about. Some doctors call us up and tell us that they got a parking ticket or a speeding ticket. You can be too overzealous with it. We don't need to know if you've been fined for speeding. You get banned from driving, maybe, but there's lots and lots of information on our website to help you decide, what we might need to know about and what we don't. So, and I also want you to bear in mind that figure of 150 for employer referrals when we move over to the next slide, because it looks very, very small. It's only 2% of the concerns that came into us in 2023. But on the next slide, it will become a lot more relevant. So if we just focus in again for a second on the 6,610 complaints that came from the public, I want you to think in your mind, how many of those, what percentage of those do you think that we actually investigated? Let's see how close you are when we come to the next slide. So did anybody guess 4%? We usually don't get guesses that low, but it is only 4%. So if you have a patient who isn't particularly happy, or their family member who isn't particularly happy about some aspect of their care, and they request your GMC number, of course you have to give it to them, but the likelihood of that actually turning into anything, even if they do go through with it, is very minuscule, as you can see from the statistics. And those other doctor referrals, as you can see, only 1 in 10 of those warrants an investigation. And just to be clear, just because we open an investigation doesn't mean that action gets taken against a doctor. There are many, many cases where we open an investigation and then it gets closed. So you can see how much the numbers are reducing as we're going through this. But remember that 150 cases from employers, they are the most likely to turn into an investigation, because the employer will likely have gone through a lot of local processes first. They have a direct line into the GMC for advice from us about what needs to be referred to us from an employer liaison advisor. So somebody who works on my outreach team, actually, who will discuss these cases with the trust in advance, so they know in advance what our thresholds are. So in terms of the types of cases where we are most likely to take action, I don't think any of these are really going to surprise you. Of course, sexual assault or indecency, improper relationships with patients, so that abuse of power that comes in, I mentioned earlier, that's taken incredibly seriously. Violence, dishonesty, any sort of unlawful discrimination in relation to protected characteristics, if you practice without a license, or gross negligence or recklessness. So really, really serious sort of issues that we are very likely to take action on. I've mentioned health already. It's really important that you recognise when you are not well enough to work, or if anything is affecting your health significantly. So this is, we could go into this in so much detail, and I don't have a lot of time today, but you can find this page on our website, Your Health Matters, if you want to know more about when you should discuss your health with your employer, and make sure that you are seeing an independent doctor. Don't try and treat yourself. Don't try and diagnose yourself. Make sure that you have your own GP that isn't somebody who is related to you or that you know personally. Make sure that they have that. Make sure that they have that professional separation to be able to look at things in an objective way. So for those cases that we looked at, whereas we did investigate, that small 9% of cases that we do investigate, what's the process? What happens if that happens to somebody that you know or somebody to you? So first of all is that you get somebody allocated to you, an investigation officer, who is your only point of contact with the GMC. You will have one point of contact and it will be that person. They will coordinate with all the different people that they need to speak to, but you only need to speak to them or your legal representative, if that's what you choose. And they will gather the information that they need for the case. In some particularly serious cases, we could apply for an interim orders tribunal. So, for instance, if a concern comes in about a doctor that is credible and serious enough that there could be an immediate patient safety concern, for instance, if we received a credible allegation of sexual assault against the patient, for instance, if there was evidence for it and the allegation was credible, we couldn't, let that doctor continue to practice while we were investigating. So an interim orders tribunal could be convened very quickly to make an independent decision on whether that doctor should be interim suspended. That's rare, doesn't happen in all the cases, of course. Of course, the doctor is informed and they'll get all the details of everything, and the doctor's employers will be informed so that everybody who needs to be aware is aware. And then we would gather the investigation materials. Now, it's really important to say, and I don't think that this is obvious to everybody, that when we are gathering evidence in an investigation about a doctor's fitness to practice, we are not trying to gather a case against the doctor. We are fact finding. So we're trying to get a clear factual picture of what has happened and the context around it. And in many, many cases, the evidence that comes in for the case is in the doctor's favor rather than against them. So it can clarify things for the doctor, and it's not that we are trying to build a case, it is that we are trying to get the facts and understand exactly what has happened. And then the doctor is informed, obviously, at every stage and has a chance to respond. So again, as Chris mentioned in his session, we're not looking to punish a doctor for something that has happened in the past. The point of our process isn't about punishment, it is about protection of the public and patients and their confidence in the medical profession. So what we're looking at when we're thinking about whether there's a future risk there is, how did the doctor respond to what happened? So were they open and honest about it and any failings? Did they communicate with the patient and apologize? I did see some questions about giving apologies during the MDU session. And to be clear, you have a professional and ethical duty of candor. We actually have a published standards document on the duty of candor. So please do read that. And it makes it very clear in that document from the GMC, and we publish it in conjunction with the NMC as well. So nurses and midwives are held to the same standard. Giving an apology to a patient is not you admitting liability for the thing that has gone wrong. So that's a really important step in, showing insight if it's, depending on what it is, and also often avoiding complaints coming in. And did the doctor have insight? Did they reflect on what went wrong? Have they taken steps to avoid it recurring? So all of these are really crucial. So at the end of the investigation, all of the facts have been gathered. We have an investigation bundle together. That then goes to two different people who work for the GMC, two case examiners. One is a doctor, one is a layperson, and they have all of these options that you can see on the screen available to them. They can choose to close the case at that point. If that happens, it is not made public in any way. So the investigation process is completely private, confidential. So cases can get closed with no further action by a case examiner. At that point, nothing happens. The doctor can be given a letter of advice. The doctor can be issued with a warning. So that appears on the list of registered medical practitioners for a couple of years and then goes away. They can be offered undertakings. So the doctor can accept the undertakings. It could be, random, you have to be subjected to random drug testing by your employer for the next 6 months, something like that. So the doctor can accept the undertakings. If they don't accept the undertakings, they're choosing for the case to go to MPTS and be decided there. Or the case examiners can send a case straight to the MPTS. And there's some cases where legally we have to send a case to the tribunal. For instance, if a doctor has received a custodial prison sentence, whether that is suspended or not, those cases must go to MPTS. There's no choice in the matter for us about that. So you can read the decisions of the tribunals. You can actually attend. You can turn up as a member of the public. You can go in and sit in on them. As long as the hearing isn't about the doctor's health, that is open to the public. So sometimes journalists come in, sometimes medical student groups come in as part of their education. So you can, if you are particularly interested, go along and watch, or go onto the website and read the decisions for yourself. So in terms of the statistics, as you can see here, these are up to 2022. For the most serious sanctions that the MPTS can issue to a doctor, so that tribunal that we talked about, the GMC cannot erase or suspend doctors from the register. Only MPTS can do that. But you can see the figures are actually, when we think about the hundreds of thousands of doctors that are on the register, the figures are actually minuscule, as you can see. So up to between, 50 and 70 doctors per year who are erased from the register. And that's not actually necessarily permanent. Doctors who are erased can apply to be put back on the register after 5 years. And with suspension, that can be anything from a month to 18-month suspension. So the types of allegations that are most likely to lead to these serious outcomes, we can see on the screen here. And the most common one isn't anything to do. In fact, the least common one is clinical errors. That is the least common reason, because a clinical error, if the doctor is honest and reflects on it after and learns from it, if it doesn't amount to gross negligence or serious recklessness, that is just part and parcel of being a human, really. You are not expected to never make mistakes, and it is very unlikely for the GMC to be interested in you making a simple clinical error in your career. So as you can see, that is the lowest on the scale there of reasons. But things like probity, honesty, fairness, criminality, these are the most likely reasons to lead to serious sanctions, because they are most likely to damage overall trust in the profession, and they're very difficult to remediate once you show that you are dishonest. Say if you make a mistake and then you amend your medical records dishonestly to make it look like you didn't miss something or make that mistake, it's very difficult to show that you're not going to be dishonest again in the future. So just for a little bit of extra context, and to put those figures into perspective of percentages, you can see that in 2023, there were only 210 cases that went to MPTS. And out of all the doctors on the register, the ones who had sanctions placed on their registration was less than 0.1%, 0.05%. And then in terms of erasure from the register, what you might know is being struck off, 0.016%. And in the last decade, there has only been one doctor who has been erased for a single clinical error. And in that case, the doctor was given opportunities to engage in the process and they refused to engage. So the lack of engagement was a big contributing factor in that case. So I only have another couple of minutes left. I know we started a little bit late, but I was going to try and claw back time. I'm going to very quickly go through the support that is available for doctors who are going through this process, because regardless of all the statistics I've just given you and how unlikely it is for most doctors to ever see this process, if you do, or you know somebody that's going through it, it is possibly the most stressful point of your career, of your life. So a lot of our processes have changed over the last couple of years to try and mitigate the stress points for doctors. So we have a doctor support service that we've commissioned from the BMA that is run by doctors for doctors. So if you don't have to be a member of the BMA to access it. So if you were informed that you're being investigated by the GMC, you will be immediately pointed to that support service, and you can speak to a doctor who will support you emotionally. And they can come to GMC meetings or to hearings to support you, and that's available 24 hours a day. We speak to doctors directly to inform them that they're being investigated, so we make sure that we do that at a time that is convenient for them, where they're going to be able to access support, and they speak to an actual person and have it, explained to them in an understanding way. And as you can see, there's lots of other examples on the screen of the different things that we've done to change. This is more information about the doctor support service. We can provide links to that if anybody's interested. And there's lots of other avenues for support for doctors as well. Obviously, medical defence organisation is really crucial if that ever happens to you. the Doctor Support Network and Sick Doctors Trust. Sorry, no, the Sick Doctors Trust and Practitioner Health are specifically for doctors who are suffering with addiction issues. So if that is, you know, something that you ever go through, or you notice that a colleague might be struggling in that way, it is not, you know, the end of your career in any way, shape or form. There is so much support out there to help you sort of get better and beat those issues and get back into work. So finally, just coming back to those sort of professional standards, we've obviously done a lot on fitness to practice. Let's come back to professional standards just before we wrap up to bring it more into a positive point. I've mentioned good medical practice. There are so many other, there's actually 30 in total standards topics that we publish standards guidance on. Some of them will be very, very relevant to you as GPs. So please do take a look at our website and read through the ones that you need to know like more about. But we also have some really amazing learning materials. So for lots of different categories of standards topics that you can see on the screen here, like confidentiality, children and young people, consent and mental capacity, we have specific learning materials about those different topics to help you apply the guidance in practice, through case studies, through videos, through essays, things like that. And we have other online resources, like for international doctors like yourselves, we have case studies under Welcome to UK Practice. So helping you to understand what the differences are between maybe the system that you've grown up in and trained in, the medical system, and how the NHS and the UK medical system operates differently and the different expectations. And there's even more resources. This is the final slide on resources. Our ethical hub has more general resources, exploring areas that doctors often ask us about. You can see on the screenshot that one of those is our position on industrial action, which may be really, really relevant to you at the moment. So if you're interested in that, please go to the ethical hub and read that. And also, Good Medical Practice in Action has lots and lots of case studies where you can work through yourself. There's lots of general practice ones in there. Work through different case studies so you can understand what how you would apply the guidance in practice and how you would exercise your professional judgment. So that brings me to the end. I've just got my email address up on the screen there. In case anybody does want to get in touch with me separately, you are more than welcome to. And I'm just going to have a look and see what's in the Q&A. Azza, do we have time or?
I believe we run out of time, but I believe also that your colleagues, thankfully, they have already answered your questions. So there isn't any left on the Q&A, but please, audience, share with us if you've got still another last minute questions. Samantha's here and her colleagues. Thank you so much for such an comprehensive, very useful. I've learned a lot myself. It's hard to summarize, and I've learned about the sick doctors trusts as well. I've got one question for you, please, Samantha. I'm not sure. So we talked about the support of any GPs who have been referred for investigation. So for example, if the case of a sexual assault and the police has been involved, how the GMC as a regulator and supporter to the doctor how do they chase the cases, such cases, and the outcome from the police? He said, as far as I've heard, it can take months. So in your experience, how long usually takes until final sort of final the investigation is completed from the police side? And so over to you. Thank you.
That's a really good point and a really good question, because obviously I described what our investigation process is internally and how that works. However, if there is something happening, such as a police investigation by a third party like the police, or something is going through the court processes, we have to pause what we're doing until that is all completely concluded. So technically an investigation would be open and active, but we wouldn't be working on it because we would be beholden to the police and their processes. I unfortunately don't know how long the police take on average. I think it completely depends on the complexity and the seriousness of the case. So when you look at GMC investigation statistics, they can be very, very skewed by those cases where we are waiting for an outcome and the police to conclude and the courts to conclude their action. We are doing a lot of work to try and reduce the length of time that GMC investigations go on for, and try and reduce that burden on the doctor, because we know how stressful it is, but unfortunately we have no control over third-party agencies like the police in those cases.
Thank you, Samantha. And I just think there are two questions, but Kelly's answering one of them. And the last question I've got, is there any risk of sexual assault from home visit? How can we prevent that?
I'm assuming that they mean an accusation of
allegation
assault
yes,
from a patient.
absolutely. Yeah.
I would say there's always going to be a risk if you are meeting with it, but if you are, going to do a home visit with a patient and you know that you possibly need to carry out an intimate examination on that patient, I would absolutely, recommend taking a chaperone with you. Ultimately, you can offer a chaperone to the patient and they can decline. And if that happens, you need to make a very, very clear note of the fact that the patient has refused the chaperone, and make sure that that is really comprehensive in your notes, because usually when these complaints come up in the future, it is so far down the line that you may not have any sort of clear memory. And we've seen cases where doctors have said, chaperone was present if there was one, but not noted down their name or their profession. And it's really important that the chaperone this may sound obvious, the chaperone needs to watch the procedure happen and the assessment happen. There are some doctors who believe a chaperone can stand the other side of a curtain. That is not true, and they need to be trained in that procedure. It shouldn't be a family member or of the patient, although if they want them there for support, that's fine, but they do not replace a trained chaperone. So the guidance on intimate examinations and chaperones, the GMC have guidance on that I would really recommend you all read and understand. And also local policies can differ, so make sure you know what your employer's policy is. I've had some trusts where they say, the doctors who are of the opposite gender to their patient must have a chaperone, and if the patient refuses, they would have to take that to their employer rather than just going ahead. So make sure you know what your local policy is, as well as the GMC guidance.
Thank you so much, Samantha. And on that note, thank you. I would like to just close this session, and we'll start the closing remark for the event today. Thanks, Samantha, Kelly, and Kirsten for your contribution. Thanks for everybody who joined us today, and for the team behind the scene, the hard work, and my wonderful colleague Sylvia for co-facilitating and organising this event with me today. Don't forget, please, to fill in the form. The chat will be open again for everybody. If that's all right for the team to keep it open. Yes, they are now, I believe. My top tips for the last and final: please enjoy your training. I'm going to use Akram's note. Have fun, be confident, caring to yourself, be kind to yourself, don't beat yourself. It will happen. It's just a transition at the start, and throughout your training it will get much easier once you have everything in hand. And and please, keyword again from me, ask. Always ask. If you don't know anything, just ask, and be focused and confident. And over to you, Sylvia.
Thank you so much, Azza. Well, everybody, we've come to the end of a really amazing session. Thank you so much for being such invested and interested delegates. I know that you found this very helpful. If I can find it helpful, thinking that I've done a few years of general practice, I can imagine that it has been quite eye-opening and enlightening for everybody listening. I don't want to repeat everything as I said, but just to support that, I know that you will all get through this okay. You will all be fine. You're going to finish as excellent doctors. Focus on your training. Look out for support where it's available. I want to, on behalf of different faculty leads and chairs, invite you please to join your local faculty. There's a big source of information, guidance, support, and so on. The RCGP website, under membership, you will find GP registrars, has a trove of different bits and pieces of health information that you can use. If you want to come to a faculty board meeting, you're very much welcome. I am always excited to see somebody new from an IMG, new IMG coming to a faculty board meeting. It's very easy. You just contact your faculty administrator. Again, that is very easy. They've got an email address. They're always happy to respond. Come along and see what the faculty is doing. We want you to be part of the conversation because we are general practice. You and I are general practice, and we can make it what we want it to be. And we're very interested in supporting you from this stage all the way through to your training. I'm looking forward to be there when you guys do your member ceremony as having CCT'd, when you guys become fellows. We're very excited about the potentials that you guys share. So I want to remind you at this point that the feedback form is there for you to fill out. The link is in the chat. Please do take some time to fill it out. It really helps us to deliver a continuing improved process or induction process for people coming along after you. And they have all, those that have come before have said how valuable this service at this program has been. So it would be really useful to hear back from you how we can make things better. I would like to invite you as the chair for the RCGP Community IMG group to a talk with the RCGP chair on the 24th of September. I'm just going to put that in the link now. So you can register, come and it's a free online session. Come and listen to Professor Camilla Hawthorne talk about her experiences, her training, and talk about what she thinks, you know, us IMGs, and especially those of us in training or people in training, can actually do to improve their skills or improve the opportunities and potential for leadership positions going forward. There's lots of exciting things in general practice, and you've taken the first few steps. The rest, I'm sure you're going to be fine. We are available to help out. You can reach out to us. I think Azza is going to, and myself will put our details. I can be reached on LinkedIn. I'm going to put my detail in the chat box as well. But this is the opportunity to say again to you, congratulations, a very, very warm welcome. And I wish you all the very best in your training. Thank you. Azza, back to you.
Thank you, Sylvia. I've just added my email address, and also you can search by my name on the LinkedIn. By all means, if you wish to get in touch to support you, we're here to help you, to help support, as well as the GP registrar, as Deepthi and Akram has also mentioned. By all means, if you just to get yourself registered and start for the elect your new GP registrar to be able to help you and support you throughout your training as well. Get engaged. I'm the Honorary Secretary of my faculty. Get engaged. We would love to see you face to face and also in our events. And we wish you all the best. And goodbye for now. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.